What's up, everybody? This is your man, Real Deal, Steven Steele, coming to you live on a Sunday night. Good to see you guys. And people are just pouring in by leaps and bounds, kicking things off right and out of sight. Got a lot of familiar names in the chat and a lot of new ones as well, which is always good. Welcome one, welcome all, welcome ladies and gentlemen, and everything in between. Starting things off right, going above and beyond, our special guest of the night, Liv, donates 50 Canadian dollars. Liv, completely unnecessary. You didn't have to do that. This above and beyond the Call of Duty, I will probably just be depositing that amount back into my ass wallet anyway. But thank you, Liv, very much for that. It's very generous of you. And then CH3F, say that 3 times fast, coming in at $4.99 super chat. Appreciate that, guys. Appreciate that so much. Guys, we have an awesome show for you tonight. Listen, if you haven't already, please hit that like button. It's the number one thing you can do to help a new, quickly emerging community like this grow. It takes a split second of your time, doesn't cost you a dime. Secondly, if you're new here, I'd like to personally welcome you and encourage you to hit the subscribe button, and then just as importantly, hit the notification bell. And if you are already subscribed to Steven Steele Live, then you already know what time it is, but something that's really easy to forget is to also hit that notification bell. I know even for my most favorite channels, sometimes I forget to hit the notification bell. And that just helps keep in the loop, particularly since the show is predominantly live, right? So you always want it. People always know when you're going on next. You're not sure. That way you don't have to keep refreshing my Twitter page or whatever. You'll know. You just get the notification bell. Takes all the guesswork out. Anthony Grant coming in, $5 super chat. Thank you, Anthony. A very consistent stalwart of the community here. Thank you, Anthony. Always appreciate you, man. He says, top of the night, fellow Dozers. Let's get this party started. And that's what we're doing. You know, I love the term "get this party started," but the seminal early 2000s pop star Pink kind of ruined that for me. Where I can't think of the phrase "let's get this party started" without thinking of her. And no offense to some Pink fans, but not my favorite. But Anthony, thank you just the same. Beef Supreme, one of my favorite usernames, is in the chat. Where is Carl's Jr.? Beef Supreme, your brother's Carl's Jr. Where is he? Billy Marcus in the chat. Creator of Dogecoin. I think he hates that when I say creator of Dogecoin. Billy's like, dude, I'm just hanging. Don't call it out. I'm just trying to chill. Billy, no worries, my friend. But thank you just the same. We got to do it, man. We all love you here. We got to do it. I know you're like the reluctant hero in this whole thing, but it is what it is, my friend. And Nasser, welcome. Andrew, Hump Deezy. It goes on and on. Guys, we have a phenomenal show for you tonight because this is something we've been planning for a bit. And I think our guest tonight is something very special, extraordinary. And so without any further ado, I would like to introduce you guys to the founder and creator of Ass Finance, a.k.a. Ass Token, a.k.a. We Love That Ass. Liv, what's going on, Liv?
Hi, Steven. Thanks for having me on tonight.
Sure, certainly. It's super, super great to have you here. Beef Supreme coming in with a wild of being generous super chat. I got to say it the right way, though. Beef Supreme. Beef Supreme, thank you for coming in with a 69.42. I see what you did there, my friend. You combined 69 and the 420 in one generous amount. Super appreciated, Beef Supreme. Thank you for your big Doge energy in the room. It's always appreciated, man. We love you here. It says, Billy and Liv here. Dogecoin and ass. Unite. Love them. Yes, that is what we are here to do. We are here to unite the Doge ass. Ryan O'Keefe coming in with $4.99. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate that. He says, here from the ass community, best community. Can you please tell my friend Fen to lose the paper hands? Fen, you lose your paper hands, especially when you're talking about ass, my friend. You cannot handle your ass with the paper hands. Is that right, Liv?
No, that's right. That's a great message. Thanks, Brian.
This is so ridiculous. And then, of course, my other guest tonight needs no introduction. He's a regular co-host here on Steven Steele Live. It is Dogecoin millionaire Nicholas Balls. Nicholas, how you doing, my friend?
What's up, party people?
Yes. So we've got the trifecta. We got the triple threat, you guys. So just, strap in because this rocket is going all the way to the moon and then Uranus. So, Billy's already laughing. So that's a good sign. So, Liv, you and I started corresponding a few weeks ago, right? About 3 weeks ago or something now?
Yeah, it's probably around that 3 weeks ago, I would say.
Yeah, 3 weeks ago, we kind of came on each other's radar simultaneously, it seemed like. By the way, Dave Carter, thank you for the $4.99 super chat. Love you guys. Thank you, Nick, Steven, Liv, Billy, Mods, everyone else in the Ass and Doge family. Amen. Thank you for that so much. Appreciate it, guys. Appreciate it. So, yeah, we came on each other's radar probably about 3 weeks ago, kind of by happenstance, kind of by accident, kind of by fate, all kind of colliding simultaneously. Yeah. And then,
yeah, for sure.
And then, the more I looked into what you were doing, and then the more I looked into who you were as a person, that's actually where I became fascinated. Where I became sold on Ass Token and Ass Finance I was sold on Liv more than anything. So that's what kind of brought me into this space. And I actually was talking about this on my Twitter space briefly last night, where I was saying how for me, it's not just about audits and white papers anymore. I want to see a face. I want to see a name. I want to see some integrity. I want to know who's behind the operation. And then I want to sniff it out, And if it passes the sniff test, for me, that is something that I really factor into the equation. Do you have any thoughts on that? Liv?
So sorry. Can you repeat that question? I was just pulling something up on my computer.
Liv, I threw you the first question. You left me in silence. Okay, so
I'm sorry.
It's okay. So basically what I was talking about how for me, when I'm looking at new prospective projects for investing or talking about, it's not just about audits and white papers for me anymore. It's those things can, as we've seen time and time again, even more and more so recently, that's not really the be all end all anymore. And we've seen many shady, crappy, scrupulous operations with great audits, fancy white papers. And to me, that's just not the gold standard anymore. Now I want to see a face. I want to see a name. I want to see the person. I want to check out the integrity of the person and the project and the passion and the creativity behind it. To me, those are key factors when I'm looking for something that interests me in this space. I think a lot of people traditionally in crypto would think that's kind of silly. What do you think?
No, I'm the same way actually when I invest. A lot of the times when I'm looking into a token and investing myself, I'll actually look into the team and not really always their credentials, but how the team operates and I guess maybe like their energy, how much work they put into it and how they speak and direct themselves. Because also like you can have the most intelligent person in the room, but it might not translate to other people, and you have to be able to, I guess, like command the room, I would say. And if you have somebody that's likable, I would honestly always bet on the person over just like a company. And realistically, like you can bet on somebody who's going to be successful.
Yeah, really well stated there. I mean, betting on the person, it's kind of like it's like a lot of things in a lot of spaces. You're betting on the person in charge, and particularly in crypto, in my opinion, because you're betting on that person's vibe and their integrity. And I really do feel like those things can really play into the long-term success and trajectory of a project, because not that I specifically just believe in some general karma kind of thing, but I do feel that if you're constantly, as a leader, you're putting out the wrong vibes, you're making kind of sleazy decisions, eventually that stuff catches up with you, and eventually that can erode consumer confidence. What do you think?
Yeah, no, for sure. Well, I think a lot of the times people are also always asking for like, where's your white paper? Where's your roadmap? And it's like, okay, like, yes, I understand why people are asking that, but at the same time, I mean, we launched this, like we just stealth launched it the day after I was requested to make a token. So we weren't working on this for months and planning something out ahead of time. So it's like, if I were to create a white paper and a roadmap, I'd be BSing everybody right now. And it's like, as I go, I'm trying to navigate where I think we're going to be, and I'm trying to look for the best opportunities. And I don't really want to block us off by just picking one thing that I think we want to work on right now. And if something else better comes up, a better opportunity for us in the future, I'd rather pursue that. And people might not understand that if they're like, well, your roadmap says you're working on X this month. Why are you doing this instead? And it's, I don't really like to confine myself to something if a better opportunity comes up. And I think as long as we're transparent with the community about what we're working on at the time, and keeping everybody up to date and informed, and that they feel part of working on this, because it is essentially a community token, and I want to keep people happy. And I think it's about like making people feel included as well, because I don't want to be like this sleazy person just like telling people, yeah, this is what we're doing. If I don't know for sure, if it's not written in stone, if I don't have an actual agreement with anyone yet, I can't make these false promises and tell people, yeah, this is what we're doing for sure. Because I've seen that happen over and over in crypto of coins that I've even invested in. And they're like, oh, we're going to be releasing this in 2 weeks or a month or whatever. And then it doesn't happen. And then you get people who are pissed off. And I feel like a lot of it is people just like, I don't know, talking big game, and they're not actually getting this shit done. So I like to just tell people in the moment what we're working on and what our goals are, I think, essentially. And that's really where we're at in terms of like operating as like a roadmap.
Yeah, really well stated there. Let me get a couple super chats out of the way, and then I wanted to kind of explore that a little bit more. Trading to buy new shoes, always a worthy objective. Thank you for your £5 super chat there. Love you all. Ass is the best community. I will hold until 2069. Greets to the German Ass group. We are all diamond hands. Thank you for that. Trading to buy new shoes. And the chef coming through with $9.99 super chat. Thank you for that. Appreciate it. Says Meek Mill for ass. Meek Mill for ass. Do you have any thoughts on Meek Mill for ass, Liv?
Well, Meek Mill was actually tweeting today that he was looking to buy some, he wrote that he was looking to buy some Shiba Inu coins. I suspect that he may or may not have been already working with the team, because the tweets that came out in like a consecutive order seemed to be that there was already a general direction that the tweets were heading in. I mean, he could have already had a decision of what he was going to be buying, but he was tweeting that he was looking for some like meme coins to buy, and then he wrote that he was looking to buy some Shiba Inu coins, and then somebody wrote to him with like 50 followers maybe, and he's like, they said that, oh, like, get Shiba Inu coin, and he's like, oh, how do I buy it? It sounded like it was just like kind of a directed thing that was going to happen and play out a certain way, because we were trying to get his attention. Obviously, I made a couple memes today when I saw him tweeting that stuff, and it would have been nice to have somebody like that, but obviously, like, if he already has intentions to go with another token, that's obviously okay. There's a lot of memes in crypto right now, so I mean, there's space for everyone to exist.
Yeah, right on. So, Liv, it sounds like, you know, what are your thoughts on when you see these all these different. Obviously, you know, you have it's a BSC token, and you're coming to this BSC kind of thing, and there's a lot of unsavory operations in the BSC space, particularly now. It's definitely flooded. There's definitely a lot of rugs going on, a lot of number fudging. Everyone's making, you know, a quadrillion tokens, and it gets so crazy. It's easy to obfuscate where the tokens are going and what's keeping track of what. And I think they're purposely designed to do that. What separates ass from all that kind of stuff?
Well, when you say the numbers of tokens, we're pretty guilty of having a stupid number of tokens. And now if I look at it in hindsight, I'm like, shit, I probably shouldn't have made as many tokens. I mean, it was more supposed to be for the memes so everybody can own like billions or trillions of ass and it's affordable. But now when I look at it, I'm like, there's so many zeros. Like, it's pretty obnoxious. But I think like in the BSC space, there are a lot of rugs and scams, but I honestly think that happens in every space. I mean, if you look at Uniswap last summer, there was a lot of rugs there, people just shilling just really crappy projects. So like, I think when every new ecosystem starts, there's always going to be that period of time where it needs to find its legitimacy, and it's always going to happen, I think, because people don't know what to look for. Say you have new people coming in and who are introduced to Binance Smart Chain, and that's the first chain that they are exposed to. They don't know what rugs look like. They don't know how to navigate it. They don't know what to look out for. And I've spoken about this a lot before, that like the yield farm craze that was happening a couple months ago, there was so many freaking rugs. Like, I remember I was yield farming like crazy, like every day. Like I was obsessed with it. I was having so much fun. And like, yeah, sometimes I made money, sometimes I didn't, but like I had fun during like the whole time and period of doing it. But like there was countless numbers of times that I had been rugged. And there's like this adrenaline rush. It's like you don't know if you're about to be rugged, and you're like, shit, like, is this a sketchy team? Or are they about to delete the Telegram? And it's kind of scary. And it's and that's what led me to actually make my yield farm that I made a couple months ago. I had this idea for a while. I was like, I really want to make a bee farm where you can farm honey. And I thought it was like the cutest thing. So that's what led me to make that, because I was like, like I'm not this crazy coder, but I got help. And that's where I learned a lot about like, I guess like making my own project and how much work actually goes into doing something like that. And it was honestly like a great learning experience, and we're still growing and building off of that and trying to expand that ecosystem as well. But I think that was the primary factor of me wanting to start my own project, because just watching all of my friends in the space, and myself included, just getting rugged, I'm like, this is too much. So I was like, why don't we just make our own, like in our community? I was like, why don't I just make one, and then we know it's like safe, like essentially you're not getting rugged. So I can assure you that. And that's how it started. And then literally like four and a half weeks ago, I got a message in my Telegram community. They were like, can you make us a meme token, like a dog token? I was like, well, I was hopping in on the whole dog meme coin phase, and my wallet, my public wallet, if you look at it on Etherscan, it literally looks like the Humane Society. I have every breed of dog in there. And that's what led to me making a meme token, because I know some of them were rugging as well. And I was like, all right, I guess I can make a safe community meme token. And I think that's like was my primary goal of starting it, being able to provide like some legitimacy and feelings of safety, that they know that they're at least not going to be rugged. Like I can't promise about like price action and stuff. I can never promise anything like that. I can't predict the future and the market conditions, but I can like assure you that I'm going to be here and obviously working on it.
Yeah, right on, right on. Yeah, it's a really inspiring answer there. Thank you for kind of delving into that further. Henry coming in at a $4.99. Thank you, Henry. Love and positive vibes to you guys. When Liv speaks, it's very straightforward and intelligent. It sets my heart at ease. You too, Stephen. Thank you. Thank you so much, Henry. Appreciate that, guys. Appreciate that, guys. Yeah, and if you guys do have any questions for Liv, feel free to put them in the chat. Super chats are the easiest way to see those, but I won't be exclusively asking them, picking those questions through Super Chat. But it does make it easier, is what I'm saying. I'll try my best, guys. Also, guys, if you haven't hit that like button, if you could just take a moment to do that really quick, it really helps. If you haven't smashed the like button, please consider doing that. Anyway, yeah, really interesting what you said there, Liv. So it sounds like, in part, it sounds like a pretty big motivator for you starting your own token was seeing all the sketchy stuff that was happening in the space with all the rug pulls. Sounds like you wanted to create something fun without all the liability that often plagues the space with dishonest actors. Is that correct?
Yeah, exactly. It's like I wanted to just be able to offer, I guess, whoever knows me, I guess whoever doesn't know me, they can be skeptical and be like, whatever, she's a catfish, it's a dude, just they're gonna rug. But like the people who do know me, which I do have like a small micro community, I think, and at least I'm able to provide them with something, and whatever happens with that, obviously going forward, if more people want to get involved in whatever projects that I do, like when I made my first yield farm and the meme token, I'm happy to be able to provide them with something where they're not scared that somebody's just gonna like rug and run away. I'm fully doxed. My identity's out there. My images are all out there. And I'm like trying to provide people with something different, I guess, and trying to be like prove people wrong that not every project in the crypto space has to be sketchy or illegitimate.
Yeah, right on. And that's really refreshing to see. So another question, let me get to, I see some questions coming in the chat. How is Liv dealing with the currency crypto dip? What does she think will happen with ASS? Pretty general questions there, but I don't know.
I mean, I genuinely, if you ask me honestly, it doesn't faze me. And it's not like cope talk. This isn't coping.
Yeah.
I mean, like how I look at it, I see crypto in this mass adoption happening, and that I think we're going to be going up. And I mean, like more adoption, more people getting into the blockchain space, and more money coming in from institutional investors and people who haven't been exposed to blockchain yet. But I see us expanding in the future. So everything that happens in between is just noise. I don't really have the time to be watching coins anymore. Like before doing all of this, I was trading. I was either just short-term trading, medium-term trading, or finding things that I'd like to invest in early if I can find like cool low cap things and invest in and see if they do become something great in the future. But that's what I was doing before, and now, like, I mean, I opened like all of my charts and shit today, and I was like, holy fuck, like that's a nice dump. But like to be honest, I look at it and I'm like, all right, like, I mean, people will look at that and panic, and then they're like, well, it told you so, crypto's dead. And I'm like, well, no, it's volatile, and I'm pretty sure if you're in the space, you should know this by now.
Right.
If you've been here long enough, crypto, and that's what's attractive about crypto to a lot of people. They trade off of this volatility when you're like leverage trading or just, I don't know, like if you're scalping shit, like it's a very attractive market to be trading with. But it also is very high risk. So it puts you in a position where if you are an emotional trader, you are probably going to be the person where people are taking profits out of. But yeah, like I don't really panic or really care about this short-term like price action. In my opinion, I know what I'm doing, like in terms of like Ass and the Ass community and like my community with our yield farm and honey, like I know what I'm doing and I'm fully confident in my ability to be able to create something successful. So I really could care less about the market conditions as long as I'm still working on it and meeting with people and expanding what we're building, then I really see no sense for being emotional about it, to be honest.
Yeah, right on. That's really solid. Nick Church coming in with a $5 super chat. Thank you for that, Nick. He asks, on the website, Nelk, N-E-L-K, was mentioned as an influencer. I'm a big fan of them too. Is there any time frame or info you can say about that right now?
Yeah, so Nelk, this was about 2 weeks ago. So we were in touch with a bunch of people like influencers and marketing agencies. And so we had contact with Nelk. And so the thing is, I told the community, like, listen, we can get Nelk if we want Nelk. However, if we want to get Nelk, we're going to be paying upwards to around 100K. So like this is something that everybody needs to be wary of. So we did our first marketing fund for Nelk and other things that we would be using the funding for. We raised, I believe, just short of 100K, but that 100K was actually donated in majority by one person in our community. Was like a whale in our community. He donated 70K, actually 69K to be exact, for the culture. And so essentially, like when I talked to him, who was going to be my primary person to be talking with, because they donated pretty much the majority of the funds. So I wanted him to have say in what our decisions were, because I told him, like, listen, it's 100K to get one tweet, one retweet, and one story on their channel, not even like a post on their Instagram channel, like an Instagram story. In my opinion, that's horseshit. I would never pay 100K for something like that. I don't think it's right. I don't think we should have to pay somebody to like us, and that's not that goes against my morals. I believe like we can pay influencers, but it shouldn't be paying them to tweet. It should be paying them to maybe create something. 100K by all means, like that's nowhere near what you should be paying somebody to tweet. And it's funny because like, yes, Nelk is huge, but then as soon as we didn't get Nelk, like, so the person in our community who donated the 70K decided it was probably best to be putting that money into getting onto an exchange, which was a priority for us at the time. So that was the one exchange we did pay for. And so I think that was honestly the best decision. And I was going to respect whatever the community wanted. I myself didn't want to do it, but I left it up to the community and to our one generous community member to make that decision. I myself, if it was my decision alone, I would have outright said no on the spot. But yeah, it's funny because we literally like days after that got Barstool Sports, which is also just as big, if not much, much larger than Nelk. So it's funny because we didn't pay a cent for Barstool. We got all of these Barstool members and content creators for free because they just like us. And that's so much more on brand with what we're about, and creating something that people actually like and not forcing them and paying them to like us and like brainwashing people into thinking that other people like us just because we paid them.
I definitely want to explore that further. Let me get a few of these super chat questions out of the way.
Yeah, sorry for ranting.
No,
guys.
no, you're not ranting. This is what you're here for, and I'm really enjoying listening to you. So never feel like you're ranting aimlessly, because I don't perceive it that way at all. Delos Doge coming with $5. Thank you, Delos. Do you guys think we're headed into a bear run in crypto? Some people would argue that we're have already one foot in there, my friend. I think it's a fair likelihood. There are a few dynamics that play right now that I feel that have put us in the position that we are right now. I've talked about this pretty extensively with Nick over the last couple weeks. Yeah, I mean, I think it's quite probable. I also think it's probable that things start stabilizing and slowly rising up over the next week. I really don't feel comfortable saying one way or the other. Oftentimes I do, but given the factors, the multitude of factors that I feel are in play right now, I don't feel comfortable saying one way or the other. Liv or Nick, do you have any thoughts on that?
Yeah, I was doing some TA earlier today on Doge specifically, but the market as a whole. And I know we talk a lot about TA on the channel from time to time, but Doge specifically is still over the 200 exponential moving average.
Yes.
We're still technically in a bull market, as well as the market as a whole. I mean, we look at being people within the space. I'm sure we all look at this thing every day, and we're like, "Oh my god!" We see red on the board and think the whole thing's coming crashing down. But I mean, what? Bitcoin's down 22% for the week. There's coins that have taken a way bigger hit. BNB being one of them. But as a whole, it's way too early to call. Like, we're in a bear market. Like, it's not. We haven't gotten to those levels yet. I don't think. And I'm pretty optimistic about the future, at least the near term, towards at least till the end of the year. And I think, like you said, we should start to see things pick back up here in the next 2 or 3 weeks. Which, who knows what's going to happen.
I agree with that though, Nick. I think maybe we'll see another couple days, or even just like crabbing for a couple days, and then I really think it's just going to pick back up. I think there's too much like institutional money coming in right now and too much adoption. Like, there's actual real world value now with crypto. It's not the same as the previous bull run that we saw before. I think this is actual utility now that we have.
Yeah, well stated. Well stated. Beef Supreme, thank you for your $5 super chat, Mr. Beef. Can we get ass adopted by adult sites? Yes.
So
this is something you're kind of working on, right? Or
yeah. So we've been in talks with a few sites. So we're exploring those options for sure. We are also in talks. I have a meeting with somebody tomorrow who is a large holder of, I guess, like owns, I don't know how to word this. They have like a large stake in OnlyFans. They also manage I think it's like 20 of the top 50 girls on OnlyFans. 30 of the top 50. And so I have a meeting with him tomorrow. He's very, very nice, and he is also looking to create his own blockchain. I think it's a different company that he's looking to make, so it wouldn't be OnlyFans on blockchain, but I think he's building something else. So he's definitely interested in working with us. So I think I'd like to explore that for sure. He's a very intelligent person and has a lot of experience in businesses and technology, and he really is betting on blockchain and the adult content. And I'm the same way. I think there isn't one yet, there hasn't been a coin, or there hasn't been, I guess, like an ecosystem or website yet that's been done to do it, or to do it well. So I think we're still lacking that. So I'd like to explore that, but I also I've stated a few times, I also don't want to pigeonhole ourselves and put us into the adult space, and then that's where we're stuck. But I mean, that's okay if that's where we choose to be. But at the same time, it might be hard if we want to go somewhere else and then this is what we're associated with. So it might be hard to get integrated somewhere else after that. Whereas if we go into something else first and then also get integrated into like adult video content.
Very interesting. Very interesting. First coming in with the $4.99 super chat. Thank you for that first. Ass X Doge ecosystem would be a force of nature. LMAO. The Ass Doge ecosystem. I'm not even sure what that would look like. I think we're just on a social cultural level, we're definitely flirting with it, but yeah, I'm not sure what that would look like. Thank you first for the $4.99 super chat. And guys, as I say to you guys, and your OnlyFans subscriptions, just it's all good. Just make sure that OnlyFans aren't your only plans. Liv, so in relation to that, what probability would you give Ass for integration with directly with OnlyFans for possible subscriber payment? Do you think anything like that is ever possible?
I definitely think it is possible. I'm not sure though, again, like I said, like I don't know if we would actually go with OnlyFans or if we would build our own. And that's what I think. It's like, yes, we could become a method of payment, tipping, or subscriptions on OnlyFans or another adult video content website. I think it definitely is an option, but then we can also think like, do we need to rely on another site or do we build our own? However, if we do build our own, we're going down a very tough pathway because we have to vet all of these women and men who are on the site to make sure, one, they're of legal age, and two, that everything is consensual that's going on the site and nobody's being exploited. So
yes,
that's
absolutely,
a very, very
absolutely
tough space to be getting into. So that scares me a lot personally. So it's a lot of responsibility. And I think if we do pick a site that we are going with, it needs to be one that for one is safe. That we are making sure that they are vetting the content creators that are on the website, because we really like it's my values to like protect women, especially, and to prevent people from being exploited. And that's like my primary concern, because everybody's like, oh, go on Pornhub, go on these sites. And I'm like, yes, like that would be freaking like fantastic if we could. However, there are issues with a lot of these websites, and again, it's not always their fault, because when you have millions of videos being uploaded a day, something can slip past, and that's also scary to me, and I would never want to feel like I was part of somebody being exploited in any way. So I think it's a very sensitive topic, but like it's definitely, I think, a very profitable market. But yeah, it needs to be done right, I think, if it's going to be done. And I don't want to rush into something and then just pick the first thing and then we fuck up because maybe we just rushed into the first adult website because we get excited that we have some utility. But we have to be smart about this, because this is it's a sensitive place and there's a lot of vulnerabilities there.
Yeah, 100%. You know, it's one of those things where with the adult industry in general, you definitely want to kind of foster an environment where people can feel free and positive about their expressions in that regard. But at the same time, you don't want to be associated or be indirectly doing business with things that are rather disrespectful or borderline abusive, or, like you said, exploitative, which unfortunately is a part of that industry at times. So yeah, that's difficult to navigate. I think one of the advantages of something like OnlyFans is I would tend to think there's less of that going on, because there's just a lot more of an entrepreneurial business model, right? It's empowering people to kind of just set up their own business within the business, right?
No, exactly. And I think also there's less, I think there's less pressure also if we do go and partner with another business that's already been established, because then we have the team that's already there and built, so we can make sure that things are being done safely and right. So that's why I'm more leaning towards partnering with somebody versus building our own ecosystem, because that means we're bringing on a whole team. We'll probably have to raise money, and that's a big process. And as I think about it, I'm like, it's funny how I'm here now and I'm doing everything in the present and in the now, and I am trying to think for the future, but I'm also like, I have to reflect also. I'm like, I'm a freaking nursing student. Like, I'm going into my 4th year. And now as I'm doing it, like, I'm like, holy crap, like, this is probably going to be my career. And then it becomes like a reality check. I'm like, whoa, like, everything that's happening right now, it's like a big deal. And so I'm like doing this reassessment of like my whole life and this shifting around, like, okay, what do I want to do? And I love blockchain. I've always been in love with it. I've been in love with crypto. And I think now I'm in this position where I have this opportunity to like pursue something really, really cool that not many people get to do. And I want to take full advantage of that. But it's so weird just like being in this space right now where it's like, I didn't expect to be in this position about like a month and a half ago. And here I am, like, now I'm just reconsidering my whole career after I'm finishing my 3rd year in nursing, which is where I thought I was going to end up for the rest of my life. And now I'm like having just this whole like reality and I guess like career change possibly.
Yeah, and this is something I definitely want to extrapolate on with you after I get to these super chats. Surf Tao, thank you for that $5 super chat. Guys, by the way, because we have a guest on here and we're getting into some more in-depth conversations, if you give a super chat and you don't hear me respond to it right away, or if your super chat, like the expiration timer is off, is over at the top, don't worry. I'm keeping track. I am getting to all your super chats, so just please don't feel like I'm ignoring you. I'm not ignoring you. It's just the pace of the show. So just know that your man Steven Steele is not going to leave you hanging. I'm going to get to everybody's super chats. So Surf Tao, $5 asks, was that idea of Ass TV? I'm not sure what the person's speaking to, but maybe have you considered the concept of Ass TV, Liv?
So I don't have an actual concrete thing what Ask TV is going to be. I purchased the domain the other a week ago, maybe a week and a half ago.
Okay, yeah, okay.
I did. It's asktv.club.
Okay. Oh, I love nice touch .club.
Yeah, because it's a club.
Right.
And so I have a couple ideas what we could do. I'm not sure what it is yet. I don't want to give it away because there have been a few things this past week that Craig has mentioned to me, my partner, that another token was also doing things that I had said that I was working on. And, yeah, I don't know if you might know.
You can call them out if you. Oh, would it be the obvious?
I'm not gonna name any names, but it's I don't think it's a coincidence, to be honest. It's something that has happened very, very recently after I had mentioned.
Yeah.
So I don't really want to give away anything that I'm trying to do right now.
That's understandable.
It's from a creative standpoint, to be honest. It's not really something that the community is in dire need to know. It's not like I'm going to be doing anything crazy without I guess consulting with them or whatever. It's just something I think would be cool to build. Oh, somebody's saying, what does Ray J think about OnlyFans? Ray J, I'm not sure what he thinks about OnlyFans. He is an advisor for us now. He was comfortable with being a official advisor. We're going to add our team of advisors onto our website this week. I'm building up a list right now. So I have a bunch of confirmed advisors. I have a few that are tentative, and I have a few that I haven't been able to ask yet.
Yeah.
So we're going to create just a huge team of stacked advisors who are helping me. And I do have a bunch of people who are already helping me, but it's nice to see that physically on the website, because I think people are asking who's helping you with the project and whatever. I'm like, well, it's essentially me, but like my boyfriend also helps me. Craig, he helps me like every day. And I also have a ton of people that I go to and I talk to about business questions, because I don't come from a business background, and I ask their advice. Okay, do you think this is a smart move from a business standpoint? Yes or no, and why not? And I'm not going to obviously do exactly what they say, but I listen to them and I hear them out. But yeah, OnlyFans, I'm not sure what he thinks about that. He has some pretty cool ideas though. He really thinks we'll be a big hit in the music industry, which I also agree. And in like music culture. And we also have Joel Madden, who's the lead singer of Good Charlotte, who is a token holder. And I've had a few conversations with him, and he has verbalized the same thing. He knows a bunch of people in the music industry. I'm not sure if anyone's familiar with who he is, but he is a very well-connected individual, very, very, very intelligent. And he's a really cool guy. Like, he has said, like, Liv, if you need anything, like, text me, let me know, like, I'm here for advice. And it's good to be able to have people with these sorts of connections and expertise to be able to guide us, or myself and the rest of the community in the right directions.
Right on. Let me get to a couple more Super Chats questions here. Jeff K coming in at $10. Thank you for that, Jeff. Appreciate it, man. Agree that Ass's first utility will form lasting first impression. I think Ass's strength as a meme coin is strong enough to carry it far. Ass, quote unquote, Ass coin is already a trending Google search term from press coverage, I think is what he's saying. And nobody's probably more in touch with with that data than you. So what are you seeing on that end, Liv?
Yeah, I have seen that we are trending when you look up Ass. It's if you look up the word Ass on Google, Ass coin comes up. I'm pretty sure it was #1. I'm not sure what it is now. This was like 2 weeks ago, maybe. Ass coin was up, Ass crypto, and I think it's good because people are like helping with the algorithms, typing that stuff in. So it means people are looking us up, which is good. I don't know if you're familiar. I'm sure you are, but I'm not sure if the audience is familiar with Lunar Crush. Do you know what it is, Stephen?
I'm not super familiar with Lunar Crush. I've heard of Lunar Crush. Feel free to expound on Lunar Crush.
Yeah, so it's a website that it has tokens on it, like all the tokens, and it will go over like social dominance on Twitter. So it will have all the tokens, like a list of them. Not all of them, I guess, are on there. They have to be registered, and it will have Twitter influencers, or just I think you have to register as an influencer to. You don't? No. Oh, okay, so you don't. You don't have to register, but it will mention who the top influencers are per token. So like say, like Billy Marcus is probably up there as one of the top influencers for Doge. And it will also do stats on which are the top trending tokens of the week, of the month. And it will give you stats as in numbers as how many tweets there are, if they're going down or up. We ranked, I think it was yesterday, I don't know what we are today, we ranked #2 on social dominance, right behind cake, which is pretty funny because cake is another word for ass.
Yes.
Yeah, for social dominance, which is really, really cool to see. because it just means that so many people are talking about us, and it just shows you the strength of our community, which is very impressive.
Yeah, totally. And Korean Yoshi coming in with a pretty cute super sticker there at $4.99. Always appreciate you, Yoshi. Thanks for your continued support. Another super chat from TryLam312. Marley's dad, OG Trilly Boys reporting for duty. Long live the Queen. That really kind of rolls off the tongue and has a kind of just a pun worked in with your name. Is that one of the... I'm sure this is a term that's, I can imagine that's used within the Ask community. Long live the Queen.
Actually, yeah. So, like, I don't know if you know, like, if you use Telegram, but you can do, like a little slash, and then you can, a command, and you can, like, put whatever words there, and you put, like, underscores in between the spaces. And that's definitely one of them that is being spammed in our chat a lot. Long live the Queen. Every time I go into our chat and into our voice chat, and everyone gets super bullish and they start spamming it. Oh yeah, they write "Long live the Queen," LIV the Queen, which is there we go. Yeah, it's kind of funny. I like it though.
I can't hang in the Telegram groups. They're a little too manic for me.
Yeah.
They're a little stressful on my senses. I'm like, Discord groups move at a nicer pace overall for me. Where I'm just like, okay, this is a groove. Okay, where I'm actually amused by the Telegram groups, like, because it's just like Zoomer crack, like. Every time I go into like a crypto Telegram group, it's just moving like light speed, and it's funny. It's an assault on the senses. Beef Supreme coming in at $5 super chat. Thank you again, Beef Supreme. Ass and Doge will be the future. Trust live, says Beef Supreme. Nice. Appreciate that. So
Actually
go ahead.
I got something to add to Beef's donation there. I was watching, I can't remember, I wish I remember the name of the guy, but I was watching this guy today, and he was a super BTC maxi forever and huge investor, like billionaire guy, and he was talking about how community driven finance is like the future after seeing what Elon is doing. And it made me think a little bit. It made me think about Ass, and it made me think about Doge. And, I love the synergy between the two communities. I think the Ass community gets along very well with the Doge community. Mm-hmm. And it just goes to show you, like, this guy basically said, he came out and he was like, you know what? I screwed up. He's like, I did not realize a few years ago how important community-driven finance would be in the future. And it really is like the driving force going forward into not only the crypto markets, but many other markets. Look at AMC or whatever happened, GameStop. This is where people are going to be looking for future finance. And I think these kind of what we would call community tokens or community coins, Doge and Ass being one of them, these are going to be huge plays in the future. And I think everybody would do really well to start, looking into stuff like this, because I put a big gamble on Doge a long time ago, and it was because of the community. And that is maybe one of the driving factors for me putting a large position to Ass.
Yes.
That sounded weird, but you get what I mean.
Yeah, I never get used to it when people talk about Ass like in a serious way. It's very hard to do. I totally agree with you, Nick. I think that this is how, from the very start, I had been trying to direct it into becoming a community thing and not becoming like a company. And that's what I try and reiterate over and over. People are like, when is Liv doing this? And I'm like, no. This is a community effort. Like, there's no way that we will become anything if we don't have everyone here and supporting us. And that's our strength. And I have been saying this for so long that I would bet on, well, like I said earlier, I would bet on a team, but I would also bet on a community, because a community won't let something fail. Like, so for example, look at Ripple. And this isn't to trash Ripple at all. They're going through freaking lawsuits, getting delisted, and people trash talk them everywhere. But the people in the community in XRP, Ripple, they have been there no matter what, and they stand by it. And if you can see that, like, and they're still around and they're still up there in the top cryptos, like, to me, that's like speaks volumes that you have the same people still there, still holding, and it just like shows the power of the community. And it doesn't matter really if you are a part of that community. If you're looking from it without bias from an outsider, you can see that there's strength whether or not you like that community.
Yes.
Yeah, it's like, I'm not part of the Ripple community, but I respect the shit out of all of them, and like, to see them thriving now, I'm like I applaud them for holding through all of everybody fudding them in crypto. And and like, you look at like also like Link Marines, like have been part of the Chainlink community since the beginning of investing into crypto, and that community is so freaking solid. Like, you cannot fuck with that community. Like, if anyone starts coming at somebody in the community, like, they will like attack you like attack dogs. Like, you can't fuck with their community. And it's the same thing with Doge. It's such a tight-knit community that everybody becomes family just because you have the same interest. And that's what I'm starting to see grow with our community, with the Ask community. It's starting to show similar things that I was seeing in the early days of other communities, which is super cool to see it evolve.
Also, my mom is an RN, and I really like that.
Oh, aw, that's great.
I'm
Shout out to the nurses.
I'm seeing similar markers too in ass culture. Cameron coming in with $7 Canadian. Thank you, my friend. Appreciate that. Says, love that Liv is taking her time to evaluate where utility will take ass. Very smart. I'm super excited. Hashtag Trilligang. Thank you, Cameron. Appreciate that. So Liv, how should I phrase this? So from someone, and I've asked you this before in a Twitter space, but I would like to return to it on here, because people that hop on the Twitter spaces, my YouTube audiences, there's some crossover, but definitely not entirely. So I'm sure a lot of people missed when we touched on it before, but for those that are investors that either they're definitely crypto investors, but they're not in BSCs at all, or if they are, they maybe have one, right? Because they're skeptical of the whole BSC marketplace. What do you say to an investor like that if he or she is looking to possibly invest in AS, or just maybe be reassured, for somebody to the kind of investor that's just overall has a lot of skepticism towards BSCs?
Yeah. I mean, I don't think it's the smartest thing to totally not diversify into BSC, because for one, it's started by CZ. He is such a smart man. And that's exactly why I got into BSC immediately. I had a lot of people advising me not to do that because, it's centralized. But I'm like, okay, listen, like, half the shit on here in crypto is also centralized. Like, your freaking exchanges are centralized. Like, and now you're choosing to like get angry about it. Like, I don't know. In my opinion, I think BSC has many attractive features. It's cheap for one, very, very, very cheap. It's very fast. Their block consensus is in 3 seconds, versus you're looking at Ethereum's in 13 seconds, 15 seconds. And then it's also expanding like exponentially. There's tokens being thrown out on it like daily, but that's also part of the flaw because there's a lot of scams on it. But again, like I said, that happens on Uniswap. It happens everywhere. You see scams everywhere. You have to be able to differentiate between what's a good project and what's not. I wouldn't close your doors just because there's a token existing on BSC, because we can see tokens migrate over to other chains, and this is something that I've been looking into. Like, for example, you can look into tokens on BSC that are BEP20 tokens that have locked liquidity, and their ownership, like for example, ours, the ownership is renounced. I can't change anything of the token. Like I can't call for an action to rug the token. I physically cannot do that. Our liquidity is locked. I'm not taking our liquidity out and dumping it on our holders because I don't think that's right. So you can go and see that and verify for yourself, or if you don't know how to verify that, get a trusted friend to verify it with you who understands it. That tokens can be safe on BSC. It doesn't mean just because there are tokens on there that aren't safe that all of them aren't safe. And I think we're gonna get to a point where we are finding more legitimacy on BSC. And I think maybe because we're seeing a lot right now is because it is cheap and it's new. And I mean, it happens everywhere. Like I said, any blockchain can have scams on it, whatever. But you need to understand when you're getting into crypto, when you're making any investments, you need to know how to differentiate a legitimate investment and team from something that is illegitimate. And that doesn't even come down to only crypto. That's just in general. You don't just go and hand your credit card over to somebody who's emailing you about a princess that needs to be saved in fucking like Russia. Like, and that's the thing. Like people will say that to me. Like, I don't know. People that I talk with who are skeptics about crypto, I'm like, bro, do you just hand your credit card over to anyone when they ask for it? Like scams happen everywhere. Look at your spam mail. Go to your email, open up your spam mail right now and tell me there aren't thousands of scam emails coming into you every day that are being filtered out. It exists everywhere. It's just you're choosing to look at crypto or Binance Smart Chain as the scam central. But I mean, like, also look at like stocks. Look at penny stocks. People are fucking pumping and dumping penny stocks. Or they're like shitty companies that are just penny stocks, and you have billion-dollar companies that are outright scams, and they are trading on the fucking New York Stock Exchange. Like, it's hard to me when I hear somebody say, yeah, I don't go on Binance Smart Chain because scam. And I'm like, okay, well, also, you have to realize that's a very, I think that's a very ignorant thing to say because there's fucking scams everywhere.
Even and I talk about this all the time.
Yeah.
You know,
like,
we talk about, you know, for a long time, people had street smarts just growing up. You know, you had to know what you were doing if you're going to be out in a city or, you know, you're partying or whatever. But now, so much of our lives is lived on the internet. But people who are new, especially new to investing or new to crypto, they don't have like digital street smarts anymore. And you see these people like, I invested my whole child's college fund into this coin and now I'm broke. It's like, well, bro, you shouldn't have done that. Like, I don't know why.
Yeah.
You know, people, you know, you gotta grow up and learn you know, sometimes you gotta learn a hard lesson, but digital street smarts are so important to have.
Yeah, no, I totally agree with that. It's like you can't blame everyone. You have to learn yourself, and you can't just trust everyone blindly, and that just goes with anything in life. And I think people are very quick to call crypto a scam or certain blockchains a scam or certain coins a scam before doing any of their own research, and they like to blame everyone else but themselves and point the finger and say, oh, like CZ is responsible for BSC and scams on there, but it's like,
Right.
no, like he's creating something that's partially decentralized, but it's coming through a centralized source. But there are tokens and things built off of it that are decentralized.
Yeah.
And like, again, like also like you have to know what you're investing in. Never invest more than you can afford to lose. And like, I don't know. I think yeah, like you said, Nick,
is
sometimes
responsible for like, he doesn't even know, like CZ doesn't even control the coins that are on
that's what I
the
mean.
Binance. Like he doesn't have anything to do with that. So
Exactly.
you know, real quick, I had a question come through on Twitter today, and this is actually something that I wanted to know as well. So for Doge, we have wallet breakdowns on BitInfo charts. Like we can go see top wallets, and you know, we can search any wallet through there. Is there something similar for like that for ASS or maybe for BSC coins? Is there like a BitInfo chart where I can take a look at the wallet breakdowns?
So you can see on Binance, it's BSC scan, you can see the top wallets and you can see like the exchange wallets on there. That's what we do have. I don't think there's something else that I'm aware of right now. I've been so freaking busy that I haven't been fully up to date on every single thing in the community. From what I know, it's just BSC scan, but there could be something else and I could be wrong. If anyone wants to correct me in the chat, if they're aware, if there's something else where you can track who the wallets are or like top wallet holdings. I think there's a lot that people were freaking out about, but a lot of them were exchange wallets also. I'm like, these are all of the wallets cumulative on the exchanges also. So like you have to take that into consideration. Yeah.
Thank you for that. And Liv, if you could just check your text when you get a second. Rock Lobster coming through at $3.99 super chat. Thank you, Rock Lobster. Rock Lobster says, Liv, you are fascinating. You are fascinating. Thank you, Rock Lobster. And I agree. 110%. Guys, you are watching Doge After Dark. This is your man, Real Deal, Steven Steele, coming to you live with a very, very special guest, Liv, owner, creator of Ass Finance, Ass Token. And we're just having a very thorough, fun, interesting, fascinating conversation with a fascinating woman. Guys, if you are new here, I would encourage you to subscribe. I believe that this channel that I've been building out in this community here is unlike anything else on the internet right now. Obviously, it's a very crypto-centric show, but it's also kind of like more of a talk show format. And I work my best to bring you guys who I feel are the most interesting and fascinating guests in the general space. So would love to have you around. We are just growing out a really just exceptional community here off of this channel, and would love to have you. Love to have you join us. So please feel free to subscribe. Charlie Carmody coming through $9.99 super chat. Nothing like getting some ass on a Sunday. Here's Billy. Here's to Billy for having us on, Steven. Thank you so much for that, Charlie. Appreciate you, man. Appreciate your support of the show. So Liv, when did you, like, what would you say is like the kind of the main thing that kind of initially drew you to crypto when you first started learning about it? What would you say was the spark?
Yeah, so I heard about it in 2012. I remember I was in my last year of high school and I heard about it, I had somebody tell me what it was, and I was literally so fascinated. I guess like I grew up with the internet, so I was on the computer a lot, big into technology, gaming, and then I heard there is this internet currency now that exists on the internet and you own like a piece of Bitcoin. And I was like, whoa, that's cool. And then I was like, I want a Bitcoin. And I remember it was like $310. And I was like, well, that's too expensive. Because I was like 17, 18 years old.
Right.
And to me, like, that's a lot of money at the time. And I was like, wow, it's too expensive for me. Like, I can't afford one. And I didn't even think about, like, I didn't understand that you could own a part of the Bitcoin. Didn't really understand that at the time, right when I first heard about it. I ended up like following and reading so much about it online and trying to learn more about like this blockchain technology and what it meant and what it was. And I thought it was all so cool. And the thing was though, like I said, I don't have a business background. I never have invested before in my life. I was intimidated by it, and people are like, don't invest in stocks, don't invest in stuff. Like, you're going to lose all your money. You don't know what you're doing. And that's what I was told for a long time. Oh, it's risky. You're going to lose all your money. Like, you're going to get scammed. And I was told that by countless people. And so it kind of scared me and deterred me away from wanting to invest myself. But I still had been saying for all of these years, for 10 years, that this is something that I think will be the future. And I still, like to this day, I have not swayed my opinion. And then I think like when I met my boyfriend Craig a couple years ago, he was familiar with investing in stocks though. So he was investing in like penny stocks, just the regular stock market. And he started doing that again when we were dating, and I was following what he was doing and I thought it was so cool. And I was like, I want to invest too. Like, I want to put some money in. Like, I felt more comfortable knowing that I had his guidance. And so I started investing into some stocks. And then I was like, I had told him so many times, like, crypto's the future, crypto's the future, crypto's the future. And I think he could wrap his head around it, but he didn't agree with me when I would say like Bitcoin's the future. He's like, well, I don't know if it's Bitcoin, but like there will be something else that will probably replace Bitcoin, which I don't fully disagree with, but I also kind of think, I don't think Bitcoin's going anywhere. Yeah, so we ended up, he's like, you know what? Just stop bugging me. Take 10K, throw it into whatever the hell cryptos you want, and just have fun.
Wow.
Figure it out. Like, I don't care. And I was like, uh-oh, like now I have this responsibility. Like, don't fuck up. Like, don't mess up. Like, put in the right coins. Like, and I felt this pressure, but like I also was like super excited to like have this freedom to try and find something like that I have never done before. And I put it into, like, I started by putting it into a few of them. I think it was like Harmony One. Do you remember? Harmony One, Chain, Hot, Holo Chain. Yeah, Chainlink.
Chainlink, yeah.
VeChain.
Yeah, I got VeChain, yeah.
VeChain was one of them. What else? Ren, yes, Ren. Those were the coins that I picked, and off of like knowing nothing. And I was like, because I wasn't trying to go essentially like the top guys. I wasn't trying to start with Bitcoin. I wasn't trying to start with Ethereum. I was like, I want to try with something that's a little bit smaller cap that has more potential for growth. And we did 2018, you think? Yeah. Yeah, this was early 2018. And yeah, so we started doing more reading. He's like, what did you put our money into? And I was like, I don't know. Like, so I started reading the coins out to him, and he started doing his reading too. And then he looks at me, he's like, Liv, like, Chainlink looks pretty cool. And then I started doing some digging, went on 4chan, went on Biz, and then I started finding like all of this crazy stuff. Like, I don't know if you know about like the Chainlink, like going down those rabbit holes with like Ass Blaster. Yeah, so I went down those rabbit holes, found like into Ass Blaster threads and like all of this stuff about like Chainlink's gonna be $1,000 end of year, and here's why essentially. And then we ended up throwing a lot of money together into Chainlink, and yeah, that's how it all started. And then we literally just started investing in cryptos and finding like the next thing that we thought would be, I guess, something that would turn into, I don't know, I guess the next Chainlink, next whatever.
Fascinating. Beef Supreme, again, thank you, Be Supreme, coming in at $6.99. Asks, how did you come up with the name Ass for the coin?
It's a good question. So we were making a dog coin, and I wanted there to be shock factor when you see the ticker, but also when you like click on the ticker and you look at what the coin is, it's a dog coin. And I was originally thinking, like, first I was like, oh, let's do a German Shepherd. That's an iconic dog. And somebody in our community was like, listen, I have 2 Aussies. They're the best. Like, can we do an Australian Shepherd? And I was like, you know what? Sure, why not? And so we picked an Australian Shepherd because we were like, well, we can use the ticker ass. Perfect.
Right.
And that's literally just how it happened. It literally happened in like 10 minutes. I have the screenshots of the conversation of it actually happening because I had to keep that for history's sake.
Yeah.
And yeah, it's pretty funny. It literally happened all so fast. And we're like, all right, perfect, ass, it's done. We picked, that's it. And it was honestly so fast.
That's usually how stuff like that happens. Sometimes the most epic decisions and things that get created sometimes just seem almost to happen flippantly in the moment, and then you don't.
That's Billy.
Yeah, exactly. Yeah, that's Billy, and I have talked about this one. He and I had a one-on-one talk about how it's still difficult for him to wrap his head around having such a profound impact in crypto for something that he created in a couple hours in his apartment. Yeah, and so yeah, that's always an interesting dynamic to me. So Liv, where do you see Ask Finance going forward? Because as I've talked to you about in the past, you started this as a joke overall, right? Yep,
pretty much.
Yeah.
It was supposed to be like for fun. It was really supposed to be just like for fun, for memes. Yeah.
Yeah, for fun, for memes, for just your friends. Then it caught on faster and went further than you were anticipating, right?
Yeah, essentially. I mean, we were memeing like this is going to be like the next world currency. Obviously, we're not like I like to joke a lot. I am a very sarcastic person, but I'm also like, yeah, that would be hilarious if it was the world currency, but do I actually think that? Probably not. But we were like joking about it, and I was like, shit, like we actually like memed this stuff into reality. Like now we're here and I'm on your show, and like I think like at the top all-time high, our market cap was like 500 million. I'm like, how the heck did that happen? How did that happen? Like we started at like a couple $1,000 up to $500 million market cap. I'm like, that is insanity.
Yeah, totally. And so now you're kind of trying to find more purpose as you go along. And it sounds like you're starting to put the pieces of that puzzle together. I've always kind of seen Ask Token thrive as kind of like I said to you before, as kind of just a fun, lighthearted lifestyle brand. Do you care to? What are your thoughts on it? Do you think that's a good direction?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, I see it as something similar to Doge. If you look at Doge, doesn't have like an actual like a linear direction with it. It doesn't go to one thing. You don't say, oh, where's Doge used, or what does Doge do? You don't have a singular answer for that. I look at Doge as something that is really just a community, and that's what I'm essentially trying to do with the Ask token. Not to like copy Doge, but I see it as it's the most effective route, I think, in finding like we can go many different places. We don't have to pick one thing. But yeah, I think it should be like a lifestyle, and like just a whole community, like kind of like a brand almost is how I picture us.
Yeah, I agree with that. And that's the vision that makes most sense to me with my gut feeling with this whole project. Just listening to your answer there, it kind of spurred a few other thoughts with me. And one of them is when you pick the name of the coin, you took a dog and then you also took the word safe. You obviously did that deliberately, but did you do that out of kind of taking a jab at the trends going on in the space, kind of sarcastically?
Yep.
Yeah, that's what I figured.
Everybody is going and pairing their token with the word safe or with the word moon. It's just like a noun and then either safe or noun in the word moon.
Yes.
And it's ironic because I would say most, if not all of these tokens are safe. And I just thought it was funny and ironic just to throw it in there. All right, I was like, what can we put in there to complete the acronym? I was like, well, let's just hop on board and throw down safe in there also.
Yeah, I figured that was almost like the word safe in there had to be a lampoon on the safe,
God, yeah.
The safe trend within, because to me it's so it's so ridiculous to put the word safe in any cryptocurrency without irony. It's
so dumb. It's so dumb. And like, that's the thing. It's like, how can we make this dumb? It's just like funny and dumb. And you just everybody's throwing safe. It's just like, I don't even know. I've seen safe somebody made a safe ass. Also, I saw that.
A safe ass.
I mean, I didn't say it. Sorry, I didn't see it, but somebody told me that exists. Safe
Oh,
ass.
dear.
Like, wow, now you know it's real when people start copying your name. It's like, okay, cool. But I think it's funny, like everybody's just throwing the word safe or moon and just creating their own cryptos. So I was like, well, I guess I will also follow on trend.
I'm on trend, kids.
Yeah.
Hello, fellow kids. Welcome to my ass token. So, kind of dovetailing off of that, Liv. Let me make sure I didn't skip anybody's super chats here. Anthony Grant, $5. Thank you, Anthony. Sorry I left you hanging there. And Kathy Wood just loaded up on 51 million in Coinbase. Something is up. Now, did she load up in 58 million in the Coinbase IPO, or did she load up 51 million just with coins, like coins in Coinbase? I'd be curious to know what the specifics are on that. So just I'll watch out for your answer in the chat, Anthony, and thank you for your super chat. Crypto Captain Andrew coming with a $1. Thank you for the super chat, the $1 super chat, crypto. Thank you for support of the show. And Johnny Abera, one of my first earliest supporters when I went solo, who would listen to me every night when I was just barking into a cell phone on Twitter, doing Twitter lives, coming in big at $49.99. Thank you, Johnny. Really appreciate that so much, man. You are the GOAT, as the kids say. Love the crypto community. Seriously looking into investing in ass. Love fun coins and animals. Thanks for spreading the love, everyone. Buy them dips. Diamond Ascending Chart. Solidarity. Thank you, Johnny Ibarra, for your continued support of the show. And thank you, man. Thank you for that generous super chat. I appreciate you. So, when we're talking about a light-hearted, fun, breezy lifestyle brand, I'm kind of envisioning with ass, like, it conjures a lot of images instinctually to me. And then I'm going to tell you what some of these just free associative images that are coming to me, and then I want to give your feedback on it. So I'm thinking like, 1960s, like a go-go girl, Pan Am, flight attendant aesthetics, anything from that to like, classic, old school kind of Playboy aesthetics and and like even clothing and gear, and even like maybe like soaps, like some artesian soaps or something. I don't know, and things like that. What are your thoughts?
No, I love it. I love all of those, like that aesthetic that you're describing. I don't know exactly yet how I picture it. It's funny. I have so many different visions in my mind of like what we could do for like branding and like merch. But I haven't narrowed in on one yet. I think though it's cool because we can work with other, like a couple different companies or brands and take on their take on how they think we should look. Because I think we can kind of be like a chameleon in that way. Like we could take it on like the sexy way, or we can take it on like the memey funny way. And that's what I like about our token as well. It can kind of change based on the narrative you want to tell and the story and direction you want to take it. And that's kind of nice because we have the leniency in that. But yeah, I haven't figured anything else out myself for like aesthetic wise, but I really like what you just described.
Right on. One of you guys in your usernames. Okay. One of my regulars here, Fart Particle, coming with a $5 super chat. Thank you, Mr. or Miss Particle. My ass, can it be put in a cold wallet? If so, will it still grow? Sorry, noob questions. I'm only about 4 months into crypto. Thanks, guys, for doing what you do. Liv?
That's a good question. I pass because I'm not sure myself. I don't want to advise anyone to do anything that I'm not sure of. I don't think it would grow if it's in a cold wallet, to be honest. It's a BEP20 token, so whatever cold wallet it is, it needs to support that.
Yeah.
But again, please don't put it in there unless you know for sure. I don't want to advise you to, and then it doesn't work. But I'll look into that actually after we're finished tonight, because I'm very curious of that. I was actually wondering the same thing about 2 weeks ago. I was thinking, oh, would it be smart just to throw it into a cold wallet rather than having all of my tokens sitting on like laptops or whatever.
So as of now, you're not sure if that ass will grow in a cold wallet.
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, I'm not sure yet.
Okay.
Typically, they don't.
Yeah, that was my first thought. Typically they don't. Beef Supreme coming through with a $5 super chat. Thank you again, Beef, for your continued support through tonight's broadcast. Liv will make ass token a top 10 token. Get ready, boys. The way things are going and the potential that I am seeing shape up here, and just the general vibe and the atmosphere, and from what I'm seeing from the ass community, I don't want to jump ahead of ourselves, but it seems like a decent probability. It really does. What I've noticed about your community, Liv, is the level of enthusiasm is pretty unparalleled. It's and it does remind me of the sort of level, the sort of enthusiasm and loyalty. It reminds me a lot of the Dogecoin community in terms of where it's also very playful and lighthearted, whereas the culture surrounding a couple of coins, one coin in particular that I'm thinking of, for whatever reason, the culture is very, very toxic, very hostile, very almost more militant, more of a militant vibe, a bit cultish, you might even say. But the culture surrounding ass and Doge seems to be more passionate, but very playful and just kind of goofy, but loyal. So do you have any thought? Have you noticed similar observations?
Yep. So yeah, I've been memeing since the start that I am our community's cult leader. and that basically I run the community, and I mean, it's all just a joke, obviously. I'm not encouraging anyone to drink Kool-Aid. Yeah, so like our cult-ish community is more just supposed to be like a lighthearted thing that we're like, we have a dedicated community. I have seen, like you are mentioning, some other communities that are kind of following in a sense, I don't know, I think maybe like blindly following. And it's kind of confusing to see because I see communities and I wonder myself just why people are so fascinated with certain communities. I mean, obviously every person can identify with whatever community that they wish. We don't all have to love the same communities, but sometimes I question why certain communities are so adored. And because if I'll ask certain holders of communities, okay, like what is it? And it's not to be mean, it's to get a better understanding myself. It's to see, okay, let me try and see it from a different perspective. Can you explain to me why you love this community? And if I can't get an answer, it's very confusing to me why certain communities thrive so much. I mean, I ask our community, I'll ask any member in our community, and they can give me dozens of answers why. It's fun, it's inclusive. You can literally joke, you can feel like you're in a family, essentially. People will back you up no matter what. I have seen so many selfless things happen in our community that are astounding. It's we all have each other's backs, and it's so similar to Doge. And the other like underlying thing that is so important is people will say that they feel safe in it and that they know that, okay, Liv has our backs. She renounced ownership. She wants this token to be a true community token. She locked her liquidity that she created on the token, which means now it's no longer her token. It's a true community token. And to me, that's like why I see our community thriving, and people are so supportive and encouraging of others to join our community. But yeah, I see other communities in the space where I question why some are thriving as much as others when I can't really get a solid answer on some. And it's not to be mean, it's because I don't understand it myself. It doesn't mean that other people can't like communities, but it's hard to wrap your head around something that people can't even answer themselves.
Yeah, good point, and a salient one. First coming in, $4.99 super chat. Thank you again, first. Appreciate it. Ass is a heckin' perfect. Thank you for being mindful of the YouTube TOS there. First, Alexis, Texas, Mia Milkova, when? Oh yeah, shout out to Fart Particle. So those are obviously, I recognize those names, I believe, from the adult industry. Is there a connection or something between Ass Token and those ladies? Liv, or do you know?
I'm not sure myself. I know there are a lot of content creators, or I don't know what to say, but like women on adult sites who are supporting us.
Yes.
A lot of them are like honestly so supportive, like DMing me, being like, Liv, whatever you need, like let us know, like we will reach out to like these people for you. And I'm like, holy crap, like everybody is so supportive, and it's pretty astounding to see. And a lot of like adult like content creators will put their ass wallets in their Twitter bios or on tweets, and ask for tips in ass, and they will send ass in return for ass. So it's pretty cool. It's pretty funny. The jokes literally write themselves. And yeah, but I'm not sure about those women in particular.
You know, that's cool. That's actually kind of how Doge first started off. When I got into it back in 2014, it was like people trading Doge back and forth. That was basically, and that's all you could kind of do with it back then. And I think it's so cool. We had that room open up. Coco put that room up yesterday that was like all girls. And I think there's going to be a huge push for women in the crypto space going forward. And I think that, you know, you creating this token, being a female creator and kind of leading this charge is going to be huge. I don't think people realize how big of an impact that girls in crypto have, because before the space was like totally male dominated, and you can't have a market exist with just one, you know, one gender. So I think it's cool that you're kind of opening the space up to women in crypto.
Yeah, I think it was always open in a sense, but I think a lot of women might need a push and more encouragement to come in, and more of like an invite, because I think a lot of women might feel intimidated, because like you said, it's a male dominated space and it is intimidating. Myself, something like that doesn't intimidate me. I get along with the boys, I hang out with the boys. Literally, like, that doesn't bother me, but I know a lot of women might feel intimidated by that, and they might need an extra sort of like, I guess maybe like feelings of encouragement that they are welcome in the space. And I really want to be part of that movement. I want to be able to welcome women into the space and be an advocate for women to come into the space, and not only just come into the space, but come into the space and thrive and start a token or start a business around crypto and blockchain if they want to, and not feel like they are there just to be participants in buying crypto, but knowing that they can also be entrepreneurial as well and start a company or a token or whatever they want to do. I think women need to know this, and I think a lot of the internet and I don't know, like online trolls and shit will like push that idea away, being like it's not for women, and it's a very poor way to look at things, because I think women can help out a lot. Like you said, you can't really thrive in a market if you really only have one gender. It becomes pretty basic, and if you have more diversity in your space, there's so much more room for growth. And I think it's really essential to be encouraging more women to come in, whether you're a man or a woman. It's always good to encourage everyone into the space, I think.
That's totally true.
Henry coming in with a generous super chat of $19.99. Thank you, Henry. Appreciate that, man. He says, some communities seem emotionally driven. Expectations of millions in gains overnight sends people into a frenzy. Walked in on SafeMoon and got beat up. Yeah, I don't know the details. I don't know the details, Henry, but
Sorry, Henry. Henry, you're welcome in the ass community.
Yeah, you're welcome in the ass community.
We won't beat you up, Henry.
Yeah. I really am just gonna hold my tongue. I have nothing to add to that, Henry. But thank you. We hear you, and thank you for support of the program. And I'm sure the ass community will open you with open arms and cheeks and whatever else. So thank you. Thank you for the super chat. Guys, you're listening to your man, Steven Steele, on Steven Steele Live, Doge After Dark, where my special guest is Liv, creator, founder, entrepreneur, Ass Finance. And she is just giving us the 411 on so many things about her project, about herself, and the person she is and how it relates to her creation and the vision going forward here. And obviously we have Nick Balls joining us here as well. And if you're new here, I just want to personally welcome you and encourage you to subscribe. We have a variety of awesome guests on this show. And we're just building out. The channel's only 6 weeks old, but we're expanding pretty nicely each and every day. Would love to have you for the ride and ascension to the moon. Ryan coming in with a super chat. I'm not sure what currency that is. Can any of you guys know? Is it a peso thing?
MX? I don't know.
129 MX. Will cryptos such as Doge and Ass really be a good investment for the future? Can they have a real use other than novelty? This is a great question, and I knew one would inevitably pop up like this. And Ryan, thank you for your super chat, man. I really appreciate it. Okay, you're asking. That's a lot there because you're asking
Mexican pesos.
Thank you. That's what I thought. I thought it was a peso.
There we go.
Yeah, Mexican pesos. I looked it up. I wasn't sure. I didn't want to say it was, and it wasn't. Also, I have an answer for. I don't know who asked the question earlier, but
Yeah.
if
Go
they
ahead.
could store their cryptos, their ass in a cold wallet. So I have a member who messaged me and said, my ass grows in my SafePal wallet, BNB supported wallet. Live if you're ready, if you're reading this on the podcast. So yeah, apparently there's a member in our community. I trust him. He
Yeah.
is one of our top meme connoisseurs. So
Okay.
yeah, he essentially holds them in his SafePal wallet. So I don't know if that helps anyone. Yeah, maybe look into it if you want to take it off and put it into a cold wallet. So you're not scared about it getting, I guess, stolen or losing it on a computer.
Ryan, to answer your question, this is something I talk about obviously really regularly since I'm very bullish on Doge and obviously a figure within the Doge scene and community. So I'll just tackle Doge really quick. I personally do think Doge is a great investment long term and for the future. I do think it's really well positioned to be the most widely used digital currency in a retail space. And plus, Elon Musk is obviously very intertwined with Dogecoin. And now we know that he has been working with Dogecoin developers for almost 4 years now behind the scenes in efforts to optimize Dogecoin's performance and development. And I don't think he would be doing all that unless he was prepping Doge for the big show, right? So Doge, I think it's a pretty much inevitable at this point that Doge is going to merge with Tesla to be an acceptable form of digital currency to purchase Tesla products. And I think just that decision alone is going to have, I think it'll have pretty epic reverberations, not just on Doge, but throughout the market. And then there's so many other reasons that are things that we know are going to happen that generally yield very positive effects on the market value of a coin that are going to happen within this year at some point. As far as ASS, this is definitely something I knew was going to come up. I'm going to defer to Liv on this. Liv, can ASS really be a good investment in the future? And can ASS evolve its utility outside of novelty and memes?
This isn't financial advice. I'm going to say that. Myself, if you ask me, yes, I do think it is or could be a good investment. Again, not financial advice. I'm holding my ass tight. I've got diamond hands.
That's awesome.
I mean, I myself trying to be very unbiased here. I will look for certain things, like I've said from the start of this podcast, that I look for certain things in a coin or a community. And I see a lot of those elements in this community and the token and the projected growth that we're on right now. I see all of that as something that I would have invested in, whether or not it was my token or not. I mean, and this isn't me trying to speak from a biased point of view. I was investing in meme coins as well before I made this one. I hold Doge. I hold a lot of Doge. I hold other meme tokens. I'm not here to shill them though, but I hold other meme tokens, so it's not me just saying, yeah, I'd buy ass. Like, you know, I hold other meme tokens, but what I see from this community, it's showing so much strength that I don't see in the other meme token communities. I think we are up there, and this is me speaking truthfully, that I think we are one of the only ones that will be lasting. Obviously, Doge is one of them. They're not going anywhere. But I think out of all of the meme tokens that are newly created, this bull run, I really think that we are going to be one of the only ones lasting. And I think we will not just lasting and staying around, I think we will be thriving. And that's just my genuine opinion. People might see that as a biased opinion, but just from how I see our community alone, I think it's astounding what we are seeing. And in terms of what we have accomplished in 30 days, it's pretty unreal. We have over 250,000 holders. We've been dropped on MTV Video Awards. We have been featured in Business Insider, coming on 3 times. 2 times now. I had another interview with Business Insider, about to be a 3rd time. We were mentioned. We had an article written about us in Bloomberg. We were mentioned on Bloomberg Quick Takes, had kind of a miscommunication with Bloomberg, and they retracted their statements and issued an apology to me. I don't think I've ever seen that done ever.
That's crazy. That's
ever.
crazy.
Yeah.
Wait,
to say
who issued an apology?
Bloomberg did.
Wow.
They had tweeted. I can read the tweet. It was something.
I remember seeing it. I remember seeing that.
It was written very poorly, and I was super disappointed because we were so excited about Bloomberg. We're like, this is so cool. Like, Bloomberg is huge, and like it's honestly such a cool thing to be. They're reputable. They're well known, and for them to be talking about us is a very big deal. The tweet, though, it wasn't worded great. It was something along the lines of, there's a lot of new meme coins coming out. One of them is called Ass, and which leaves investors vulnerable to scams. And then there's a video clip of a newscaster talking about anonymous projects in crypto and rug pulls. And I'm like, why did you use our name in clickbait? And it was really disappointing because I feel like it's counteracting everything, all of the hard work that I've put into to try and legitimize this project. I'm trying to become like a woman who can be an advocate for other women. I'm trying to prove people wrong that all memes or projects in crypto that are new are scams, and trying to I guess break that idea and misconception. But yeah, like, we've accomplished so much in the past few days, or in like the past few weeks. And yeah, so like, also Craig was just saying to me, he was saying that the ticker Doge and Ass were both used on Bloomberg's Quick Takes as like clickbait, essentially. I can show you the video after and post it online.
I believe it.
It was headlining there for 30 minutes straight. Doge plus Ass and other meme coin, something about investors. I don't know. I've got the video on there because I was looking at it earlier today. But they used it as clickbait. And I reached out to them and I said, listen, like, I would have loved to come on your Quick Takes, but like, I'm skeptical now at this point because like, I'm trying to build something legitimate. Like, and this isn't just about me. This is about, you're hurting our community now.
It was a woman who wrote the article too, right?
Yeah, it was a woman and a man who wrote it together. And the funny thing is, I saw him tweet and respond to somebody who was used in the article. And I saw the original tweet of him reaching out to the investor saying, hey, we want to write a story about like your endeavors. Do you mind if we DM you? I saw that, and they said they were from Bloomberg, and I was like, oh, that's kind of cool. And I responded to the tweet and I said, hey, like, I'm the creator of AskCoin. If you have any questions for me, I'd be happy to answer them for you if you need more information for your article.
Right.
And he's like, oh, that's great. So I talked with him in his DMs and we exchanged like, I don't know, a couple messages. And I told him like I was super busy. I was on my way to Miami. And I just said like, listen, I'm out of the country. I'm going to be busy filming for the next few days. I have some meetings lined up there. But if you would like, maybe send me a list of questions. I can type out answers. And if you have more questions or need more clarification, give me a call and I can clear things up for you. And he said, yeah, by all means, like, we'll do that. A couple days passed. I didn't hear back. So I reached back out to him. I tried to be proactive. And I said, like, hey, like, are you going to send those questions over anytime soon? And he told me that his editors decided they wanted to go another way with the story, so they wouldn't need to ask me any questions, and that possibly they could use me in the future and talk about my investment strategies. And I was kind of like, okay, like, right, you're writing an article on a token that I started, but you don't want to ask me anything related to that, but you want to ask me about my investment strategies. Yeah. I was like, kind of like, all right, like, no, I'm not really like gonna go over that stuff. Like, I don't really have the time.
Right.
Like, it's more to help our community and like, and promote our community. Like, I'm not here to go and talk about how I invest stuff. Like, it's not what it's about. Anyways, yeah, so I told him all of that stuff. And then days later, I see these tweets coming out talking about like mentioning our name, or Bloomberg puts out the tweet saying like mentioning our name and saying like leaving them like vulnerable to scams. And then like the videos included talks about developers that are anonymous. I'm like, are you kidding me? Like, I reached out to you guys to try and tell you who we are, that we're not like that, we are the opposite of that. And it just felt like a slap in the face that nobody's listening. And it, like, I was just like astounded. And I sent them an email, and I obviously left it very professional, and just said like, I'm disappointed that you're like, Bloomberg had the option to choose to write the story from an educational point of view. Obviously, you need to obviously distinguish what tokens are legitimate versus not legitimate. And I think that they went the clickbaity route, and that they chose to talk about the scam, because that's what will get clickbait. It's if you talk about scams and if you're like, oh, this guy lost all of his money from some scammy person in crypto, people like, that's what people like are more likely to hear, rather than like, oh, a wholesome story. And it was disappointing. And I basically I sent them an email saying like, this is a prime example of the lack of education that media companies and journalists have about crypto. And it's disrespectful, and it's hurting the crypto community. It's setting us back. You're not allowing legitimacy to come out of our community, which is desperately needed. Whether or not it's a meme token or whatever it is, this is harmful to our community. Like, I basically sent that, and people were like, they were not happy. They were like responding like, Liv, sue them. And I'm like, no, like, we're not suing anyone. This is a good opportunity for like educating people about the problems here. They apologized, which honestly, I really respect that. I really respect that. I didn't expect them to. And, but yeah, I mean, like, where I was going with this was like, I think that we have accomplished things that not many tokens have. And it's been such a short period of time. And again, this was all like, it was never planned when we started this. This was just done out of the blue. So it's not like we had all of this stuff planned for months and that's why we're successful. Like, no, we are doing this all on the fly. Like, and I think that might be one of our, like, the things that is driving us to be successful as well. it's all of these opportunities are coming up really quick because it's something that people didn't know about and they couldn't talk about it before. It's just something that's like new and cool. And I really do, like, long term, I do genuinely think that we will be around. If we aren't, I would have never seen that coming, and that's me just being very honest, because I know I'm going to be working my ass off on this literally. I'm not going to stop. I'm a really, really, really motivated person. I am borderline OCD, and I'm a perfectionist, which can also be a flaw, but I'm like one of the hardest workers you'll probably ever meet, and I really won't stop until we are successful.
I love that.
I want to mention some real quick. Terry Reed came in with the dono. Not we can get to that, but I just want people to know that you were studying to become a registered nurse, which is an extremely difficult thing to do. I don't think most people realize like how OCD and task oriented you have to be to work in that profession, and almost just as much as a doctor would be, and that just speaks volumes to your ability to manage tasks and like get stuff done. So I have a huge amount of respect for nurses, especially, and Terry Reed is a nurse. Go figure.
Yeah, thank you. And I think also, like, not to pump my tires, but also to pump my tires so the community knows that, like, I have your backs. I did a program before this in health sciences. I graduated top of my class. I had the highest average in my program. I got 2 scholarships, one for women in science and technology, engineering and math program, and another for having the highest overall average in my program. I was planning on going to med school after this, was where I probably wanted to take it. I wanted to do my undergrad in nursing, and I was going to write my MCATs after this, but it wasn't written in stone. So I don't really lead with that because people have the expectations now. They're like, oh, when are you going to med school? So I tell people I'm just doing nursing. My intention was to go to med school. So yeah, I'm a very driven and disciplined person, and I am a very hard worker. And like Nick said, nursing isn't easy, and you have to learn to be very task oriented and to learn how to critically think. And that's one of the skills that you need as a nurse, and that's how you become a successful nurse, knowing how to communicate and how to think critically in times that are very crucial to make quick decisions. And I think that I'm very good at that, and I excel at that, and I think that's how a lot of those skills translate over to something like this, even though it's not the same thing and it's not healthcare, but I'm taking the skills that I can apply in healthcare and making quick and smart decisions, and I can translate that over to here and basically running a whole community and running a token.
Right on. It sounds awesome. Terry Reed, thank you for your super chat, $19.99. Thank you, Terry. She says, hey, Steven, Nick, and Liv. So happy to hear you, Liv. You are awesome. Liv, do you have a step-by-step on YouTube on how to buy ass?
Yeah, I think there's a bunch of videos on YouTube. I have actually reached out to somebody to make something a little bit more short and concise for our Twitter profile, maybe to pin it, and just so it's a quick, easy video to follow, tutorial to follow.
Like a graphic instructional?
Yeah, exactly. We have a bunch that are on YouTube, but I think they're a little long. So I think we need to get one that's like well done and just in maybe 30 seconds or less showing you how to buy it.
Yeah, I was getting that question a lot too, and I posted on Twitter just like the most simplistic way I could possibly explain it. I'm like a week and a half ago or something. Like I tried to explain it in the way I wish somebody would have explained it to me when I first started purchasing BSCs on Pancake Swap and stuff. So Let's see, another super chat coming in. Ryan with 129 pesos. Thank you, Ryan. Appreciate it. Can I get Ass through Binance or Trust Wallet? What's the current price, Liv?
Current price, I'm not sure, but I can probably pull that up. Yes, you can get it through Trust Wallet, not Binance, but it's located on Binance Smart Chain. So it's native to, our token was built off of Binance Smart Chain, which means it's a BEP20 token. So we're not on Binance, not yet. I don't say that we're not or not going to be. We will be on there. I am very positive and optimistic about that. I think we will be on there. And this isn't like alpha dropping or anything. Like, no, I haven't spoken to anybody at Binance, but I think we will be getting on there. I have no doubt in my mind. And I will work very hard until we get there. But yeah, you can get it on Trust Wallet, and you can use MetaMask as well. That's what I personally use. I'm not a Trust Wallet user, but I know probably like 95% of the community uses Trust Wallet. So I think I need to start using it so I can walk people through a little bit better how to purchase it through Trust Wallet. But yeah, if you're familiar with PancakeSwap also, that's generally what I use, but we're on a bunch of exchanges as well. So you can always purchase it on one of the listed exchanges that we're on.
Thank you for that. Jonathan Marino coming in, $2 super chat. Thank you, Jonathan. Booty pumps, booty gains trending for fitness holders. Thank you, Jonathan. Imperial Beats coming in, $5 super chat. Thank you, Imperial. I tuned in a little late. Don't know if Liv entertained the idea of Asscoin in the dating site space or dating app space. What do you say, Liv?
The dating app space.
Yeah.
That's honestly, I'm not sure yet. Like, I have seen or heard of some possible options, I think, for like dating apps, but like I don't know myself if we're gonna like go there, or like, I mean, we could essentially, I've had somebody actually mention this to me before. They wanted to make a dating app like blockchain based for like crypto, and I'm like, okay, well, I don't know how effective that would be, because like I don't know how well that would work out, like how big the actual crypto community is to be doing that. I think it is big enough, but I don't know. I mean, like, I don't really see also how we would be integrated on that. I don't know.
That'd be weird. You'd
Yeah.
go on a date with somebody and you're like, it was okay. We'll give them like.
I'll give them some ass though.
Yeah,
Yeah, like I
that'd
don't.
be super funny.
Yeah.
That's funny. Let's see. Another question I saw in here. Why not ass in the adult entertainment industry? Someone asks.
Yeah, so I mean, I've said this before. I don't think that I'm not opposed at all to going into the adult industry. I think that we should be there. A lot of content creators are using the ass token already for tipping. So I think we should be going there. It's just, should we go there first before going to another area? Because again, like I've said, if we go there first, we could be pigeonholing ourselves, meaning like we are kind of forcing ourselves to stay in a certain industry.
Right.
Because it's hard once you label yourself as a token that's associated with porn. Then it's like people, I guess from a business standpoint, might not see that as something they want to reflect or associate with.
It's kind of an all-in move, you know. You're either going to do that or you're not.
Yeah, exactly. And I don't see anything, but at the same time, so say we work with somebody and then we have somebody else give us this fantastic offer to partner with them in the adult industry, and then the whoever we partner with first is like, well, we don't want to associate with you if you do that. Then it's like it's hard because you have to like weigh the pros and cons of which industry you're going into. And if you go into the adult industry, you might not be able to get out of it, and you might be only left with that option versus going into other industries where you have basically infinite options. But again, if you look at things like Doge is used in the adult industry, but Doge is also like, it's like universally loved, and people don't associate it with like porn or like any of that. Like, it's on adult websites used as like a tipping method. So it's possible to be used in various scenarios, but
Right.
it has to be done in the right way, I think, where it's not like we're being labeled as the token for that, because essentially, like, also like our name is ass. So it's like, do you just go the easy route and you go straight into porn, or do you kind of find something unique that might be a good niche for us? And then
like that gentleman said the other night, you just got to make it tasteful.
Yeah,
you
exactly.
Just got to make all.
Oh God. No, elegant.
Elegant. That was the word.
Please make it more elegant
Please
for
make
women.
the ass more elegant. Well, you know, pretty much always is. So.
Yeah. Yeah. Also, like, if you think about it, like, so you look at, I mean, this is to go back to Doge a little bit. Like, Doge has like this huge ambassador also. They have Elon. So like, Elon will essentially, like, once you have somebody like that who's like so ride or die for your token, he will like do like anything. When you have like that type of personality also, he really just doesn't give a crap what anybody tells him. He's gonna do what he wants to do. And like, when he controls a company like Tesla, like, you can do so much with Doge in that scenario. Like, again, like we were talking about earlier, like, we're probably going to be able to buy Teslas with Doge at some point. And then like, you can have a self-driving car when you buy a Tesla and use it as an Uber service. And then when you run that Uber, you can get paid in Doge. So you earn income to pay off that car that you paid for in Doge. And then you can also have, like, say, solar panels. And the solar panels you buy with Doge. And then when you generate lots of energy, you get paid passive income in Doge for your power. So if you look at somebody like Doge, there's like endless ways that you can generate income. And it's obviously possible when you have somebody who's going to take that initiative for you, like Elon. And I think, I mean, we don't obviously have that yet. We don't have somebody who's taking those initiatives. I mean, myself, obviously, I'm taking every initiative I can to build something. But when you find somebody who has that sort of power and motive to create something really cool with your token, and then they're not paid to do that, they're doing it because they want to do it, I think we might see something really, really cool come out of this. And like, that's what we've seen obviously with Elon and Doge. But I mean, Doge would have been great no matter whether or not Elon was there, I think. But
quick question for you.
Yeah.
Do you own or do you have any copyrights out on any of your branding? Because I think that's part of the reason Doge has done so well, is that it's not owned. There's no copyright, and that's why other companies like Slim Jim and all these other companies can use the imagery. Do you guys own any of that, or is it just open source to the public?
Yeah, like right now it's open source. I've been looking into copywriting some of it, but I mean, we want it to be a community token, obviously.
Perfect.
But at the same time, we like obviously don't want to put something like Ruggy out in our names and say, oh, they're like the official like ass, whatever.
Sure,
and then
sure.
something like sketchy comes out of it. So like, that's my only concern. But I don't want to copyright it and then they'd be like, oh, it's mine, I own it. But because like, that just defeats the purpose of what I tried to create here. Like, I want it to be like for the people. So I don't want to copyright anything essentially, but then I'm also like, shit, like I mean, I guess like that could happen even if they're like with Doge. Anybody could really build something then and say it's official. But that's
Well,
like,
I think that's part of the reason it's done so well. If you go, you can go on Amazon right now,
yeah,
and there's 10,000 people selling Doge T-shirts and whatever.
yeah.
But that also makes the name and everything spread
Exactly.
so quickly.
Well, and that's what I like because people can make money off of it themselves. So like you can market your own business and generate income off of the brand, which I love. Like I think that's amazing if people can do that because I know there's a couple people in our community who have merchandise themselves, their own businesses, and they were asking me to use them, but I'm like, you also can like go right ahead, like, and do it. I don't control you. Like, if you want to make your merch, like, go for it. Like, the community will buy it. They are begging for merch, and I'm looking for partners with, I'm looking for partners like to create our own design merchandise, but that doesn't mean everybody else can't. And we already have community members who have already started making their own merch. I saw some in China. I saw some in the US. I believe somebody in Ireland is making like mugs and some other cool stuff. And I thought it was like super cool and kitsch. I see in the chat right now, a friend of mine, Austin, said Assaholics. Assaholics is something I'm working on in the back also. A podcast that we are looking to get started. I have poached a couple people in our community, and if you are listening, you know who you are, to be part of the Assaholics podcast. And I'm really excited to get that started probably in the next week or two. I have a couple people who are very, I think like I tried to get a diverse group of people in our community that we all like balance each other out, and like good characters and people who are super entertaining to listen to get some really cool podcasts going where we can have guests on as well who maybe are like celebrities or icons or influencers who can talk and interact with our community members. And we would love to have you guys on there too, Stephen and Nick. So if you guys want to come on to our Assaholics podcast, you guys are invited. Yeah, I think it'd be fun. So we'll probably get that up soon. I just have to like obviously create like a schedule for everyone.
Sounds good, Liv. We'll look forward to Assaholics. Esteban coming in at $10 super chat. Thank you, Esteban. Says, at what point should we start using Doge for payments at bars, restaurants, etc.? I don't plan on selling any of my Doge soon. I'm afraid one day I forget my wallet or credit card. I'll forget my wallet or credit card, get stolen, and have to use. Look, my opinion on this is this. Dogecoin, the way it's tailored, the way it has been designed and laid out, it's meant to be spent. And I think the more people that spend it for the exchange of goods and services, the better it will be for the coin. So no matter what Doge is worth, today it's worth 30, whether it's worth 30 cents or whether it's worth 80 cents. Spend that Doge. You can always buy more Doge and restock up on your Doge at the most even advantageous buy-in points you can. But I do really think that helps. What it particularly helps is the businesses that are willing to step out right now ahead of everyone else to accept Doge. We want to reward those businesses, those of us who are very bullish on Doge and believe in the coin. We want to reward those businesses by patronizing them with Doge, letting them know, giving the business owners proof of concept. Like, hey, people are actually spending this stuff. People are actually spending dog money. I'm actually adding to my bottom line through dog money, and that's going to just encourage more adopters, obviously. So that's my opinion on that. I saw someone else before. Trilam says, Stephen Steele, thanks for this interview. I'm in your space often over the last few weeks. Astronaut since day after launch. Found you because of Liv's tweets. Thank you for that, Trilam. Really appreciate that. And I and totally welcome the Ask community to Steven Steele. This community has just been a lot of fun to be a part of. I accidentally found myself being an astronaut, and I'm digging it, man. It's what I've noticed, Liv, since I got involved with your scene. It doesn't matter what I tweet. It can be completely unrelated to ass, and then it totally cracks me up because there'll always be one or two people. It doesn't matter what the topic is. One or two people will always just comment ass, nothing else. Just says ass.
Yeah, like anytime like I have like friends in real life that I will comment on their stuff on Twitter, and I'll like comment or like or retweet some of their stuff, and then everyone swarms it like it's a time to raid them. And like they maybe have like 50 to 100 followers tops, and then everyone just like starts posting the contract is like buy ass and like throws down 50 memes. And I'm like, oh my God, I feel so bad. Like, I'm so sorry, guys. Like, they're like, what the hell is going on? Like, they're like my friends who are like either not in crypto or like they maybe like don't, I don't know, they just like don't understand crypto. And yeah, they just like get swarmed no matter what. And it's kind of funny to see, but I'm always like, I'm sorry, I'm so sorry.
It's just funny because I could just be like, hey guys, going on a Twitter space tonight at 12:30, and someone just be like, ass. Ass. And I'm like,
yeah.
It's a really funny community, and they are really supportive. And since I've been involving myself in it, a lot of folks from the Ask community have been just sending me nice messages and nice comments and stuff. So I appreciate that. Yeah. So, well, let me see. Are we caught up on super chats? Yes, we are. We're caught up on super chats. So Liv, where do you see the future of Ask in terms of one thing I wanted to, before we get into that, I wanted to add one thought where I think your instincts are good in terms of your reservations and trepidation regarding going all in on the adult industry, because it's easy to pigeonhole yourself there. And I see so much more potential for your brand than that. And I personally don't put Ask token on par with something like Sea Rocket or something like that.
Yeah.
And then there's, I'm sure you've seen these coins now that are coming out with like, now there's P token, right? PUS, and then there's all these kind of things. To me, Ass is like perfect. Ass is the perfect match for this show too, because many times I put on the thumbnail art for my episodes, I put a little PG-13 icon in the corner, and the show and the vibe, it's PG-13. It's a little playful. It's a little saucy. It's a little sassy. It's a little bit provocative, but it's also, it's also tasteful. And that's kind of how I see Ass. How do you see it?
Yeah, no, I fully agree with you. I think it has like the perfect medium of like, it can be like sassy, cute, sexy, funny, ironic. Like it has a good medium and mix of everything. It doesn't have too much of one thing. And you can, like I said before, you can choose what sort of element that you want to play to on it. And I think, like you said, a lot of those other tokens, Sea Rocket, and like PU, I think everybody else can guess what comes next. It's pretty aggressive.
Yeah.
I mean, like, yeah, if you love that, like, that's cool. It's just a little aggressive, and you're really kind of picking one spot to go into. I mean, you could go to other places, but like, it's kind of hard to think
Where
from,
else
like,
are
a
you gonna go?
business standpoint.
Yeah.
Like, where are you gonna go? Like, and it's not to be like a diss. Like, obviously you can be successful, but it's hard to really diversify into other spaces. And yeah, I think we have the element that will allow us to be flexible, and we don't have to pick one space. We can be in all spaces, I think. Yeah, like I think we can be like PG-13. I think yesterday, as somebody said in your Twitter space, for somebody telling me to be more elegant, so that women will want to be more attracted to
I love
our
that, by the way.
token.
That was
And I'm like,
absolutely hilarious.
oh my gosh, you have no idea, Nick, how hard I had to bite my tongue. I'm from Toronto, and if you know anything about Toronto girls, like, will pop off fast.
The gentleman sounded Canadian too. I don't know where he was from, but he sounded like he was from Canada, like French Canada.
Yeah, well, like, he said his opinion, and then I tried to kind of say, well, I see what you're saying, but also what you're saying is sexist. And then he got, like, he wasn't happy. He's like, well, I hold your token, and now that you're using the word sexist, I hate when people use the word sexist. I'm like, well, I understand that you're upset. However, what was
I
said-
was on that call, by the way, and I just wanted to jump in and be like, dude, do you like butts or not? Like,
Yeah, exactly. It's like,
like it's pretty
you-
simple.
yeah, it's like, what are you offended by? Like, I don't think I put anything that risque on our profile. I have retweeted some stuff, and then I'm like, uh-oh, maybe I should unretweet that, because I don't want it to get too aggressive on there, obviously. And I try, like, I'm not the most PC person, but I'm like, also like, let's just dial it down a little bit, because I don't know what everybody's level of comfortability is. And I think that I've been keeping it in an okay range. But apparently it was not elegant enough for that gentleman. And he did not like me saying that it was sexist, that we weren't elegant enough for women, because I said I am a woman and I'm running the Twitter account, so that's a very strange statement to be making.
Right.
And he said he couldn't be sexist because he had a wife and kids and daughters. So I was like, oh, okay. Thank you for clearing that up with me, sir. It's not possible for you to have made a sexist statement.
Somebody actually tweeted at me, and I just wanted to bring this up. One of my followers, who's like a really loyal guy, he comments on all my stuff. He added me. He said, "Nick, are you sold on being an ass man yet?" And I kind of mentioned this to Steven the other night. You know, my position in any new coin that I make now, because of what investments I have, is no less than $100,000. Now, I already had $100,000 of BNB. However, today that is now worth $50,000 because of the market. But that being said, I just replied to him, and I said, you know, I've been an ass man my whole life. It only makes sense at this point. So I don't own any BSC coins, but I do plan on becoming an ass man, as I have been my entire life.
Yes, I love that. I'm so happy. We will be thrilled to have you in our community. It doesn't matter how much you have, Jas, being part of the community, like, you're a great addition. Steven has been a great addition. As everybody, I mean, would attest to, everybody is happy to have him there, and that he's been so supportive of us. And now we're gonna have another awesome addition. So thank you, Nick.
Hell yeah.
So Liv, where do you see the near future? Like, what are you visualizing in the near future for Ass? And where would you put Ass going into 2022? I guess is what I'm asking.
Yeah, that's a good question. So in the very near future, we will have some NFTs coming out in the next few days. I think they might be coming out tomorrow, but I don't want to say tomorrow. That's tentative. We haven't artist who is collaborating with us, so that we're going to I asked him, he was putting out some art, and I DM'd him. I was like, your art is so cool. Like, he's like, yeah, it's all just for fun. I'm like, yeah, but do you want, like, why don't you NFT this stuff? Like, it's amazing. And he's like, yeah, like, we could. And I was like, if you want to collaborate with us, like, that would be, like, super cool. And he's like, yeah, I just don't want to deal with, like, whatever, selling it and stuff. And I was like, we can sell it, obviously, and market it for you, and, like, go 50-50, 50% back to the artist and 50% back fully to the community for marketing, so that we have some funding. And he was like, yeah, like, for sure, like, because he's super supportive of the community. So we want to be able to support him as well for, like, him creating that stuff. And it's also good because we can promote him as an artist. So it gives him a platform as well. So we'll have some NFTs coming out in the next few days. The first batch is coming to me tomorrow, but I don't know when. We might release them all at once. It might be better than just releasing a couple at a time. But yeah, so we'll have that coming out. And then within, like, by 2022, that's a good question. I'm not sure yet. I hope to have, for one, I want to get merch done with somebody. I have a very exciting business meeting tomorrow with an entrepreneur who I've had one meeting with, and he wants to work with us. So we're going to try and find, he has stake in a lot of companies. So we're going to talk over where we can find some, like, mutual ground where Ass will fit into his investments and his companies. So hopefully we can maybe get, like, some merch out of that, and possibly integration in if he has any tech websites. And he has, like, a clothing line, just to mention, that's worth almost $10 billion. So it's not a small clothing line. This is a person that almost everybody in this call would know who they are. So yeah, I mean, I pitched partnering with their clothing line before when I met with them the first time, and they didn't say no. They just said, obviously they're not going to just, like, say yeah. They figured we're going to sit down and talk strategy. What's the best way that we can partner together? So I think something really cool will come out of that. They are very, very well connected. And so I'd like to also have our podcasts. I am also getting some vlogs from a couple people in our community, like, just, like, official ones, but obviously everybody can do whatever they want, vlog about their experience, and podcast about their experience. But I'm trying to, like, get together a team of, like, official ones where I can build it and put it off of our website. And hopefully we will find somewhere that we will find a home, either partnered with somebody, or we will create our own home with developers, like creating maybe an app. I've been exploring that as well. And or creating, like, our own ecosystem and website. And some ideas that we were exploring were peer-to-peer betting, like I've told you, in, like, prediction markets, where you can bet your ass on stuff.
I knew that was coming. I knew that was going to be worked in somewhere.
Yep.
It's inevitable. And then there it is.
Yep.
A comment I saw in chat was someone said, F that dude. Go hard live. My ultra-conservative father-in-law holds ass and loves the cheekiness. So thank you for that. Rock Lobster coming in the generous super chat of $49.99, $50. Rock Lobster, thank you so much, man. Really, really appreciate it. I got to say, it's super chats like that literally are the things that enable me to do this and go full time with it, like I have been doing. And that is why, in part, why the channel has been growing so rapidly, is because it honestly, support like that, it allows me to keep focused on this and put as much time and effort into it as I have been able to do. So thank you for that, Rock Lobster. It says, I see ass going to the stratosphere. Strat-ass-sphere. Yes, I love it. Thank you. I'm kind of seeing that. I'm kind of leaning in that direction too. So thank you for that. Trilam Marley's dad, $4.99, $5 super chat. Thank you, Trilam. Says, Steven, thanks for this. Astronaut since 2,600 holders. Found you in Liv's tweets. I am in your space often since you boarded the mothership. Keep it up. Well, I'm happy to have you here. I'm happy to have any astronauts here, any one part of the Ask community. I just want to let you guys know that you're totally welcome in this community. I love the Ask community, and so I'm happy to have you guys here. Happy to have you guys here. Stratosphere. I think I might have stumbled on something. A couple of people are commenting in the chat there.
One of the funniest things.
Yeah.
Sorry, Steve.
No, at all. No, go ahead.
That has come out of all of this is literally the dumbest words that people are making up. Like literally, just like that stratosphere. Like people are like, and it literally kills me every time. And they're so dumb. Like they're so dumb. Just like the dumbest words are being made up. Like we call like ambassadors or ambassadors, but you just like capitalize the ass in it. So like it's just so funny that word ass. So now I'm like finding every time I'm typing words, I'll find the word ass in them. I'm like, and I'll chuckle to myself. I'm like, haha, ass. And now we call Binance bin ass, and it's been like an ongoing meme in our community. Everyone's like, when bin ass? When are we gonna be on bin ass? And says it like dead ass, like so seriously. Bin ass. And that's what I call it now. It's so stupid. It's like, it's not like, it's so stupid. It's so dumb. And it's so funny to me. And then people like, I feel like people would get angry and be like, that's not funny. But like, it is so funny because people don't think it's funny. And yeah, like Assaholics. That's where we're getting like the name for our podcast. It's funny because it's like, alcoholics, but you are addicted to ass. So I thought that was pretty funny. My friend made up the name. I was like, oh, that's great. We were gonna go with asscasts or podcasts with two S's. I'm like, there's so many options. But I think alcoholics is cool. It's interesting. Oh, there we go. Bin ass when. Yes.
I kind of like asscasts too.
Soon.
Oh my gosh. Yeah. I mean, the jokes just write themselves, and particularly like seemingly to infinity too. It's just like, it's just nonstop. The possibilities are endless. Absolutely endless. I see that I missed a very sizable super chat a while ago, and I apologize for that because my activity feed notification window was not open, and so I was unable to see it because you sent that super chat through my Stream Elements account. So I hope you're still here. I hope you're hearing me, and my sincere apologies in case that you think that I overlooked you. ENTJ tipped $69.42. Thank you for that. It's super generous. Thank you so much. It's so kind of you. And their message is, love the open-mindedness towards the Ask community going. It's too soon and impossible to predict. So let's just focus on growing and making Ask one of the best communities in crypto. That's a really cool and healthy message, ENTJ. And again, looks like you made that donation towards the beginning of the show. So my sincere apologies. I hope you're still watching. Sincere apologies for accidentally overlooking that, and thank you so much for your generous donation. And guys, I always get to everyone's super chats, and once in a while one will get past me like that, but I always get to it throughout the broadcast. And whether you super chat me $1 or $69, I just want you to know that I appreciate each and every one of you guys. So I just appreciate the support. Guys, this is your man, Steven Steele. You've been watching Doge After Dark, and my special exclusive guest for tonight has been Liv, a.k.a. creator of Ask Finance. And we've just been having a blast. We've been having a blast. It just goes on and on. So, is there anything else that you'd like to add, Liv, before maybe we tie things up here?
I'm trying to think of something now.
Yeah, no hurry. Yeah, no hurry.
I'm trying to think of what I haven't covered yet.
It's okay.
I'm not sure. I was planning on going down. I mean, this isn't really that related. I was planning on going back down after my quarantine is up in Canada.
Yeah.
Back down to Miami or LA and renting a place for almost a summer because there's so much business there and so many connections.
The crypto conference is going to be in a couple weeks, and I will be there.
Yeah, oh, you're gonna be there?
Yeah. Coincidentally, I didn't plan that. I was going on vacation, and I planned that like 6 months ago, and it just happened to fall on the weekend that I'm gonna be there.
Okay. Are you going just as like a member, or are you talking there? Okay.
No, I'm just checking it out. A couple people from a few different communities are planning on meeting me over there. Somebody from Staying Alpha's stream is renting me a McLaren for a day, so I was just gonna drive. I'm staying in Fort Lauderdale, and I'm just gonna drive that over to Miami. Yeah.
Yeah, that's where we were staying when we flew in, because we flew into Fort Lauderdale. It was the easiest.
So much
stay
nicer.
there. Yeah, and it's more chill. So I applied actually to be a speaker at Bitcoin Miami, and I don't know if that was a good or a bad idea, because it's a lot of Bitcoin maximalists, and I don't really want to get roasted there. But
well, the joke going around now is that it's Bitcoin Miami. If the price keeps going the way it is, it's turning into a job fair. So
that's
you never know.
Yeah, everybody's
might have some people working for you.
Okay. Yeah, I'm gonna go poach a bunch of people to start working for us. Yeah, like I think it'd be kind of cool. I mean, I just put in an application yesterday, and I put a short write-up of why I think I would be a good speaker there. It wasn't supposed to be really about like ass so much, like it is obviously, but it's more to promote the utility of meme tokens in the space, because I think there are a lot of misconceptions about meme tokens. Everybody gets angry and they're like, why are you supporting meme tokens? Like, this is ruining the space. And like, you realize that probably like, I don't even know, don't want to say a number, but like most of the people who are new to crypto are coming in because of Doge. Like, just so you realize that. And people are so quick to get angry at meme tokens, but they don't realize that like that's your point of entry. Like that's your bridge into the crypto world.
I don't know if it was the space we were talking on last night. It might have been, or I might have brought this up on the show.
Yeah.
But I don't think people realize the number one trading pair. So just for everybody listening, the reason why when we see Bitcoin dump, the rest of every other coin dumps too, is because Bitcoin is the major trading pair on all exchanges.
Yes.
Well, for Binance and Binance US, the major trading conversion is BTC to Doge.
Yeah.
That's the number one conversion on Binance, on all of Binance. So people who think, meme coins are just some random anomaly, it wouldn't be that way. Like it's much more than just a small sector. It is literally the biggest sector is BTC to meme at this point.
Meme culture, meme magic. It's like, I wouldn't like, and it's so many serious people who I think are just like angry with life or something, who I'm like, why do you not think memes are funny? Like, why are you angry? It's like memes are meant to make you happy and like to bring people together. It's literally like a form of communication. And if you don't see it that way, like, I'm sorry, I don't know why you don't, but like maybe you need to reevaluate how you look at things. Doge is such a happy community. Everybody is so welcoming. And literally we have the same thing coming with us. Like, we're all so supportive of one another. Right now it's a little like spammy, but because we're trying to grow and everyone's trying to grow, which I appreciate. Everybody's like doing their part to try and grow us. But like, I think eventually we'll get to a part where everybody already knows who we are, and that like you don't have to get spammy. You can just talk about like the token, and everybody already is like, yeah, that's Ass token, just like it's Doge token. And we like, Doge serves one of the most important things in crypto, and I think people need to be educated in understanding that utility. And again, it's your training wheels to understanding how to go down those rabbit holes and read into other tokens that have some really cool technological functions and mechanics. And you have to start somewhere. And a lot of the times it's something like Doge, because you could be on TikTok and then you see some influencer talking about it, or you're on Twitter and you see a funny meme, or you're on Instagram and somebody puts up a story that's like with a Shiba Inu, and like that's how you learn. And you have to start somewhere, and Doge is literally the most digestible thing to have in crypto. Or something like Ass, it's funny, like it's memeable, and it needs to be small and digestible. When you give somebody a token like, I don't know, like Ethereum. Not that it's like the most crazy complex thing, but it is, in the sense that you try and explain Ethereum to somebody, or Bitcoin.
I tell people that all the time. I'm like, the Bitcoin people and Ethereum people, they get on my posts and they're like, this, it has all this utility, it does all this stuff. I'm like, okay, good. Explain that to my dad. Because my dad has no clue, and all he sees is dog money and thinks it's funny. Like, you're never gonna, you can't win everybody with technical stuff. You kind of have to dumb some stuff down for the average person. That's how you get to a larger market.
Well, exactly. You have to be able to explain things in layman's terms. And it's hard to do that ever with crypto until they can understand it on a smaller scale. And it doesn't have to mean like a smaller scale as in like a low cap coin. It has to be something that's more digestible, that's easy to understand. And when you have it being taught to you through memes, it doesn't seem like you're learning or like doing like a task. It's learning in a fun way. Like, if you look at like Billy's profile, his like header photo is like little Doges mining. Like, it's funny and cute. And then you're like, oh, they're literally mining. And then maybe you like think like, oh, what is actually like mining for crypto? What is that? And how does that work? And then people go down those rabbit holes and they're like, what other coins can I mine? And then you ask those questions and look into those sorts of things. And it's literally teaches you lessons, and people look at it at face value, and it's not a good way to look at it. You have to be looking at it from a bigger point of view and in a different perspective, that there's a lot more than just face value of a meme token.
Yeah, really well stated there, Liv. Erectile Reptile coming in with a $20 super chat. Thank you, Erectile.
Oh my God.
What, the username?
Yeah, that's so good.
Yeah, isn't that good? Yeah. Yeah, he's a regular. He's a regular.
Reptile.
Isn't that
Holy
good?
Crap, that's good, man.
Yeah,
that's really good.
Yeah, that's always been one of my favorite usernames, and I've stated that many times on the show. And yeah, they are. He is a daily viewer of the show and a big supporter of the show. So thank you again, Erectile Reptile, for $20 super chat. Love the stream tonight, guys. Glad to know Ass is promising. Fact, and he always gives us a random fun fact every day. Fact: there are 30 times more trees on Earth than there are stars in the Milky Way. It's estimated that there are 100 billion stars and 3 trillion trees. We learn something new every day with Erectile Reptile. 3 trillion. Say that 3 times fast. 3 trillion trees. So thank you so much, Erectile, for your continuous support and knowledge contributions here on Steven Steele Live. Dyer Havoc, thank you for your $2 super chat, Dyer. Appreciate you. He says, meme coins. Oh, I know what you're doing. This is an ode. You are a moonbat. You are sent over here from Crypto Batman. You can tell the moonbats are. So yeah, he says, meme coins assemble. So there's my little shout out to Crypto Batman there. So thank you, Dire Havoc. Do appreciate you. And guys, if you are new here, feel free to subscribe. Would love to have you come on aboard. Steven Steele live community, Doge After Dark, etc. We have a lot of fun here, and love to have you aboard. And my guest tonight has been Liv of Ass Finance, and we've just been covering everything up, down, and in between them cheeks. Liv, so merchandise, is it going to happen soon? And what are your priorities? I know you want to have merchandise. What's like the first thing that you envision that you're eager to make as far as ass merch or merch ass dice?
Merch ass dice.
Yeah.
Yeah, so obviously t-shirts, because who doesn't want to rock a t-shirt every day or just be comfy at your house?
Yes.
Because quarantine, and just to rock a t-shirt. Underwear, a must. Have to have ass underwear. Those are two things that they have to be done. Hats, yeah. Also, hats, ass caps, has to be done. Portnoy made the first one, as you may or may not have seen if you watched his unfortunate video.
I'm so glad he didn't pick you or us, by the way.
Yeah.
Honestly, I don't know. I love him, and I know it's so controversial.
I do too. I like him as well, but he's just really bad at picking winners.
No, I know he's so bad at investing, but it's so funny. Like, even with the video and the choice he made, I was still laughing. I was like, okay, I can't even be angry at this video. And I'm like, I'm not happy with the decision made, but it's so funny. Like, I was legit.
I would have thought
laughing.
too. I thought he would have went with you guys just based on the fact that you were doing a lot of content with him. You know, I kind of figured,
Yeah. Well, like, we weren't doing content with him because, like, there's a lot of people at Barstool.
Yeah.
Barstool, yeah. But like at Barstool, if you know or follow Barstool, like a lot of them like have little like competitions with each other, and they like to have like their thing. And I think maybe it also could have been like ass is Caleb Presley's thing. So maybe Portnoy didn't want to follow Caleb and wanted to have his own thing. So, I mean, that's okay too. But also, like, so many people at Barstool are holding our token. I don't know how many exactly, but a bunch of them are. And
Caleb's cooler anyway, I think.
Caleb is so nice. And Caleb, like, from what I know, Caleb is like legit like Dave's kid. Like, Dave loves him, and like, I mean, who wouldn't? Because Caleb is honestly the sweetest thing. Like, after meeting him in real life, also, like, he was so nice over the internet, but like, you meet him in real life and he's just like a country boy at heart. Literally,
he's like 6'5" too, right? He's like super tall.
Yeah, he's he's taller than 6'2" for sure. I'm 5'11" and a half. I'm about 6 feet myself, and I was having to look up to him. So he must have been like 6'4", I would say, but Craig is saying 6'2", but I think he was taller than that because I was having to look up to him. But yeah, Caleb is such a sweetheart, and he has said, I'm never selling my ass unless it's worth more than $1 million, and I might sell some ass.
I actually thought the Portnoy pick of SafeMoon was pretty amusing. I like how he's just like, what is it? He's like, I don't effing know. And then he's like, is it a Ponzi scheme? Maybe.
Oh my God, yeah. I was dying.
Is it a Ponzi? Maybe.
Maybe. I don't know. Are all cryptos Ponzi's? Maybe.
Who knows?
Yeah.
Maybe. Yeah, who knows? But I'm wearing the hat.
Are the legitimate ones still Ponzi's and scams? And then if you ask me, yeah, I don't know. It, like, honestly, I was dying laughing. And like, I think some people were like, oh, he's saying it's a scam. I'm like, no, it's fucking funny. Like, it's fine. It's fine. It's funny. Like, he's just joking.
Yeah, I agree.
Yeah, he's like one of our biggest supporters. Like, it's so funny. He's a good dude.
Beef Supreme coming in $5 super chat. Thank you again, Mr. Beef, or Mr. Supreme, I should call you. Can I get some ass socks? He asked Liv. Ass socks. Have you ever considered ass socks? You have.
I have considered all attire. Me.
Mm.
And I think all of them will come eventually. We might just start with a couple things and then just start throwing out more afterwards. But yeah, ass socks.
This might be out of style, but you might be able to bring back the ascot, which nobody wears anymore. But you could turn that around.
Okay, here is a big one, and I don't know if I'm shooting too far, but I really, 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 really want to partner with Nike because we say the slogan, just slam it, and I think it would be so cool if we had... I mean, like, it ties in with basketball. And like,
for sure,
like slam
and
dunk.
even the thing about Nike is like there's so many of those like custom creators for Nike, who make like custom projects. Even just to start there, you could have like a limited run and still make it really cool.
Yeah, like I want to really have like a Nike hat with like the little check and it says just slam it. I think that'd be so cool. We have JaVale McGee, who is a basketball player in the NBA, and he is a fan of ass. I slid into his DMs and I said, we knew you slam dunked, but we didn't know you slammed ass. He responded and I was like, please don't hate us. Like, please, I hope I didn't just like ruin that relationship there. But he thought it was funny. He's also friends with Ray J, thank God, so he can mend the relationship if I did any damage there. I'd like to get some more athletes. I know we do have a couple athletes that are holding our token, who have not said publicly that they are holding our token, but I would like to really get a bunch of athletes. I think it would be cool. Especially, I was talking with Craig about this. We want to get a bunch of quarterbacks. I think that would be super cool because what were you saying, Craig? You can say it. Say why.
Well, if you know anything about quarterbacks, their hands are always in 300-pound dudes' ass all day long. So who's better than quarterbacks knowing about ass?
Yeah, so we thought that could be kind of funny. I mean, like, it really applies to any athlete also. We were like, wow, this would work for baseball also. Like Grand Slam, just slam it. Like, everything is so applicable. Just ass works everywhere.
Liv, you know what you could call those sort of affiliates with you? You call them athletes. Huh?
Whoa.
Right?
Don't copyright that, sir. I need that. Yeah, okay. Somebody just said partner with Adidas. I had an Adidas hat and I was literally going to take a thread and needle and stitch another S after like the Adidas and just make it Adidas.
Adidas. I like that even almost better than I like your Nike idea, but I almost like that better in the Nike idea. Adidas.
Yeah, maybe we'll take it to both Adidas and Nike at the same time, and we'll say, listen, we are in talks with the other with the other one. You're
leverage.
We have exactly. It's leverage, and it will be a game of chicken. Who's going to say yes or no first? And I'll just put it on the line and say, listen, you have 6 hours to get back to me, or I'm going with the other person, and I'll just bluff and say I already have.
Being an Adidas fan for life, I really do hope you go with Adidas because it actually, I think it works better.
Yeah, I think to me it's more charming. Adidas.
Adidas is pretty fun.
Go ahead.
Just slam it is also so good. Though.
I know it's good. They're both good. I'm just visualizing the word Adidas.
Yeah, I know it's so good. It looks so good.
It looks great.
Because you're not going to get it on first sight, and then you're going to look at it sideways, and you're like, and it's going to all hit you. Nick Church
it's
coming in at $4.99 super chat. Thank you, Nick. Appreciate you, man. Robinhood is garbage after what they pulled, but Doge being listed on there had to be a large part of its success. Any ambition to ever be on there? Liv, any ambition for Ass to ever be on Robinhood?
No. No.
Pretty
No. Yeah. No. I mean, like, whatever. I mean, if like, no, just no, not really. I don't know. I don't love Robinhood. They've done some slimy stuff. Sorry to people who love Robinhood. It's just, I don't think it's cool when you suspend trading because you have a large, I don't know, holding in something and you're preventing people from buying and selling and you're like saying you're protecting your, like, shut up. Let people buy and trade what they want to do. Like, you can't control what people are doing. That's messed up.
Yeah.
Like, I don't know. I think that's,
I feel like
also-
Robinhood, they've done so much, they've made so many mistakes and bad moves. They've also made like terrific moves at the same time. It's just so messed up. Like it's like, it's just not good. They've suspended trading during peak hours. They've gone down for system maintenance when they knew that there was going to be pumps and stuff. But they've also overpaid. Like they've placed premium pricing on sells, so people were getting better prices on Robinhood. It's just all it's such a mess. Whole bag of worms there with Robinhood.
yeah. I mean, like, it was smart from like a strategic standpoint for them to have Doge on there because like they know how good of a decision that is. But I don't love Robinhood. And I mean, like, yes, if we were on there, I think it would be good for us because we're reaching a demographic or like a group of individuals who, like, a lot of people use Robinhood for trading. I just don't really agree with like the ethics of how they run their business. That's all. Like, it's not my goal to get on there. My goal has been us, and not really Robinhood. But I mean, Coinbase would be pretty cool. But yeah, I don't know. I'm not really aiming to get on Robinhood. But I mean, if it did happen, it happens. But like, I also think this is really funny that we're even like having this conversation right now, like just like conversing about like, would you rather be like partnered with Nike or like Adidas or Adidas? Like, it's just like funny that like Ass Token is just talking about it like it's like an option right now. Like, we're just like, well, I don't know, like Adidas sounds better than like Nike plus like just slam it slogan. Like
2021 is the year the simulation broke.
Man.
And everything went like haywire. I don't know what they're doing over at the Large Hadron Collider, but something's going on.
Oh yeah, there's some weird stuff going on at CERN. There's got to be something happen with like the God particle or something.
Yeah, we hit a glitch in the Matrix this year, and something went up.
For sure, I think so as well. It's been so many strange things have happened. Like, also, like, there's some weird video that somebody sent to me. It was the strangest thing. Somebody sent me a video, and it was made years ago. And it's literally a video of saying, like, it's like astronauts, like, with 2 S's, like what we call our community. And it says, like, to the moon. And then there's, like, this guy going to the moon. And then there's, like, asses everywhere. And just the things that he was saying, it was so weird. I was like, this is, like, so strange.
Whoa.
And, like,
I love this.
And then somebody else, I can post it again. It was like, gave me goosebumps. I was like, this isn't real right now. Like, this was made years ago. And it was like so on point with everything that like about our community. And then somebody also, like, this all happened like week 1. So I was like I was on like 0 sleep also. I was like up for like 80 hours straight. And I was like freaking out. Like, I was like sketching out, like paranoid, like, what is happening? Do we break the Matrix? And somebody sent me a song and was like, hey, have you heard this? And I started playing it and I was like, oh my gosh, like somebody made a song for us. Like this song is so good. Like what the heck? Like, and it was a rap. And then I look down at the date and it says it was made in February. And I was like, wait, whoa. Like I literally like got goosebumps. I like wanted to like fall down because the beginning of the song, literally, it drops. What does it drop? It says, titties are cool, but I really like butts. I could probably just wrap it all off by heart now. Something, but I can't say some words because they're naughty words. He drops Elon Musk, Lambos. Oh, here we go. Thank you, Craig. Titties are cool, but I really like butts. Got a bad chick. I don't need blank. Pack coming in. I was like, dog pack. And I might need struts. Always get gas, so I don't need runts. Pull up in that Elon Musk. Backwoods smelling like must. On a full send like Nelk. And I was legit in talks with Nelk at the moment. I was like, bro, what? Do what I want. Do what I really want to do. I don't give to blank. I'm not going to keep going on, but there was so many other lines in this song. And I was like, whoa, this is weird.
I live right next to the second largest particle accelerator in the world. And I
do?
Yeah, I do. And I have a friend that works there actually. People could probably Google it if they wanted to. And there's always weird stuff going on out here. It is weird. It's called Fermi Lab, and they do all sorts of weird stuff there. Yeah, I live
like Fermi's paradox.
Yeah. I've been there actually. It's pretty cool.
Oh wow. Okay. Wait. Where? I mean, I'm not trying to dox you, but like
it's in Illinois, but I live right by it.
I think I'm gonna come. Oh, time traveler John Titer coming back. Oh my gosh, that's so funny. Literally though. Yeah, I wanna come visit you because like that's so cool. I would love to go and check out something like that.
It's really cool. Like it's crazy. It's pretty neat.
Yeah, that's so cool. Like I've always been fascinated with stuff like that. I've always done so much reading on CERN and like what they're doing there because like they literally created the internet. Like that's where it all started. And like there's been so many weird things that have happened with CERN. I don't really want to go down this rabbit hole where it's going to get like a really weird call. But yeah, like also like with the rapper Kevin Flum, I think his name is. I checked out his Twitter because I wanted to reach out to him, and I wanted to work with him because I was like, your music literally like scared the crap out of me. Like it sounded like you wrote the song for us, and I told him why, and he's like, well, now I get why you were spooked. Like that's weird. But when I went and I saw his profile, he had his girlfriend's dog on there, which they were trying to raise money for surgery. They weren't able to raise the money for GoFundMe. And it was so strange because I was literally trying to organize a charity with the community at the same time. And I was like, what the heck is happening? So I literally reached out to him and I was like, listen, I was like, are you in crypto? Because if you are, I want to pay for the rest of your dog's surgery. They had raised, I think, like $900, and the surgery, I think, was like $3,000, $3,500 or something. I was like, send me your Bitcoin, Litecoin, whatever wallet, and we're gonna pay for it, like under my name, but it's gonna be like or I'll pay for it on my behalf, but it's in the community's name. And it was so cool, just like everything that came out of that. And like he is like somebody that we're still talking with, and we've asked him if he can make a song for us, and he's a super, super nice guy. But it's so weird. Just literally this year feels like the simulation broke.
I think it did.
Yeah.
Yeah, definitely some paradigm changing times, guys. Paradigm changing times. Let's see here. Guys, if you have any more questions, you can pop them in the chat for Liv or Nick or myself.
I'm actually I'm gonna get rolling.
Yep.
You know how I do.
Yep.
But it was fantastic, Liv, getting to talk to you. I have learned so much about ass, which, I never thought I'd say that because I thought I was the ass master. But apparently, you learn something new every day.
Yeah. Well, thank you, Nick, for coming and hanging out with us.
Yeah,
And
for
I
sure.
look forward to coming to visit you in Illinois. I think that's what it was. I'm going to come and check out that particle accelerator beside your house and maybe break the simulation even.
Yeah, well, hopefully we don't get stuck in some sort of time portal.
Yeah, I know. Somebody just wrote in the chat, can we sponsor a NASCAR?
There
Yes.
you go. Yeah.
Yes, we can.
Yeah, that's.
Doge did it. It's not hard.
We can. We will.
I think I think it's a fine idea. I think it's a really good idea, actually.
Love that. Love that.
NASCAR, so
Yeah.
perfect. Of course. All right,
Thank
Nick.
you again so much,
thank you,
guys.
thank you, Nick.
Thank you, Nick.
Take it easy.
Talk to you soon. Liv, I want to ask you a series of questions,
Okay.
but the trick is you've got to answer them quickly
Oh,
without
God.
without much thought.
Okay. Okay. It's like Family Feud. It's like when you have the fast 2-minute questions, you just have to say the first thing that comes to your mind. You have like 10 seconds.
Kinda, yeah, kinda like that.
Or
So-
nothing like that. It's fine.
Right. Or nothing like that. So I'm just going to ask you a series of questions, and we'll just see what just instinctually comes to mind. Yeah.
wait. Yeah. Am I allowed to pass?
Sure.
Lowercase p, break all
Re-
capitalized.
Yeah. Repeated passes are discouraged, but a few are okay. It's
Okay,
the
whenever
questions aren't
you're
hard.
ready.
The questions are not hard, Liv.
Okay.
Okay. So, name me a favorite food of yours.
Pizza.
A favorite shape.
Circle?
A favorite color.
Blue?
A favorite movie.
I don't know. Pass. I can't think of anything right now.
Favorite car.
Lambo.
The next state you would like to go to.
Is Illinois a state?
Sure. Yes, it's a state.
Oh God. I'm sorry. I'm not good with like.
I'm just kidding. No, it's okay. It's okay. Let's see. Camping or the beach?
Ooh, that's a good question. I want to say camping, but probably the beach.
Skateboards or roller skates?
Roller skates, because I don't know how to skateboard.
Muppets or anime?
Oh, whoa, that's hard. I'm a big fan of anime, and I always used to watch anime, but Muppets are super memey, so I'm gonna go with Muppets.
Okay. Science fiction or rom-com?
Science fiction all the way.
Very good. Here's one. ADA Cardano or Bitcoin?
No, Bitcoin. I could just say I don't even care what it is. No, just no. Bitcoin. Yep.
Very. That is the right answer, by the way.
I'm sorry for everyone who likes Cardano.
No, you owe me no. You owe them no apology. I totally get it. Okay.
You're gonna have people pissed off on my DMs, like, bro.
No, not this crowd. They're fine. There's not that many ADA fans over here anymore. Not that many. Not that many. Creepy Charles and his ranch. Not many people are too keen on him. So, aerobics or jogging?
Jogging. Wait, actually, I don't know now. No, probably. Craig is looking at me like, bro, it's not jogging. He used to make me run, and I'd be like fucking dying, and he'd yell at me, and then we'd start fighting because I'd be like, I can't do this, and he's like, Liv, go. No, I know, because I'd make him push me hard, and then I need you to be my trainer, and then I
train you, and then I get yelled at.
Yeah, it's okay. Let's say jogging though, because I don't really do aerobics.
Okay. Jelly bracelets or slap bracelets?
Flat bracelets.
Oh.
Just slam it.
Just slam it. Yes. Smoothies or coffee?
Oh. It depends on what kind of coffee. Iced coffee, then yes. Uh-oh. We already got what's the Cardano hate for. I don't hate Cardano. It's okay, guys.
Oh no.
I'm sorry, guys. I'm sorry. No. We don't hate Cardano here. Okay, next question, quick, before.
Yoga pants or Daisy Dukes?
Yoga pants.
Sleeping while raining or sleeping during a thunderstorm? If you had to pick one.
Wait, that's like the same shit, though, no?
No, but they don't always happen simultaneously, so you have to pick one.
Okay, rain, because it's more therapeutic. The thunderstorm, it's like all my dogs in the house are freaking out, and it's bad vibes.
If you had to pick to have lunch, with one of these two people, who would it be? Anderson Cooper or Tony Robbins?
Okay, I don't know who the second is, so I'm gonna go with Cooper, please.
Okay.
Next question.
Okay. Sesame Street or Mr. Rogers?
Mr. Rogers is really creepy, so I'm gonna go with Sesame Street.
Favorite fruit?
Raspberries. No, wait. Yeah, I don't know, whatever. Raspberries.
What's a favorite cartoon?
Oh God. Wait, I feel like I have to think about this one. I don't know. I was just gonna yell out Paw Patrol, but it's not my favorite cartoon. I put it on for my dog. Every time we leave the house, if we go to the bar or something, I mean pre-COVID, we'd throw on Paw Patrol, and I'd just like be pre-drinking, singing Paw Patrol. Oh yeah, and then Netflix took it down. I don't know what my favorite cartoon is, actually. That's a good question. I don't know. Pingu, actually, yeah.
Okay. Pingu. The Beach Boys or the Beatles?
Beatles. Duh.
County Fair or House Party?
House Party. Sorry.
Okay.
That was a trashy answer, but the House Party.
Cotton candy or corn on the cob?
Corn on the cob.
High tops or low tops?
Low tops.
Tanning booth or stand and tan?
Getting these questions. Are you making these up or are you reading these? I'm gonna go with the tanning booth, but because like, why are you gonna want to stand there with like these UVB rays just like going at you and you're like blind? Wait, are you talking about like stand up spray tan or stand up like tanning booth?
There's stand up tanning booths, not stand spray tan.
Yeah, no, I know. I've been in one before. Yeah, I don't like that stuff. I would rather lay down. But it's also like, then I get like these weird feelings of like, I don't know if you've seen like Final Destination about the chick that gets like burnt alive in the freaking tanning booth. But yeah, tanning booth. Yeah, laying down.
Favorite 80s movie?
Bro, I don't know. Yeah, I don't know. Say probably like Greece. I was born in '94, but like probably like Greece or something. Or I don't even know. When was Greece made? Greece is before, no?
I think Greece might be 70s, made in the 70s. If I had looked it up.
I was gonna say I think it's before the '80s.
Okay.
Shit, sorry.
It's okay. Favorite 90s movie? A favorite 90s movie?
Oh. That I'm like gonna say things.
I'm gonna say things.
Yeah,
yeah, Pulp Fiction. Yeah.
Yeah. Okay, that's what I was gonna say. It's probably Pulp Fiction, but then I'm like, am I gonna get roasted alive if it was like not?
No, Pulp Fiction's good. That was, I think, around 93 or 94.
Yeah. Okay. Yeah. Okay. Yeah.
And the last question is favorite absolute junk food.
I don't know. I think Craig is looking at me like, don't lie. don't lie.
Yeah,
I
don't
know what my
lie.
Don't lie. I'm like, I don't really know which one is my favorite. They're all my favorites.
A favorite. You know,
Favorite.
just a favorite. There, it takes the pressure off when you say instead of the.
Like a snack or just like an unhealthy food.
Just any like something that's it's just bad
Making
for
it
you.
so difficult. You're making it so difficult. I don't know, like fries maybe or something.
Fries. Okay, fine. Fries. Do you prefer fries with like cheese dip or ketchup if you had to pick one of those two things?
Poutine, neither of those.
Poutine, yes. I love poutine.
Yeah.
Poutine is absolutely atrocious for you, but it's really good.
Yeah. It's not good for you, but it is good. Or
Yeah.
I'd rather have it, or just not with cheese. I've never had cheese dip fries. Probably ketchup if I had to actually follow the rules properly of the game. Ketchup.
I love how stressed out this made you.
Well, yeah, he's watching me. Like Craig's watching me. Like I get so much anxiety with shit like this. It's like that's why I was like, am I allowed to pass? What are the rules of the game? Am I allowed to? Can I pass? Like I'm literally thought that you were going to like ask me like the most serious questions.
I've never seen you so flustered in my life.
This is fun though.
I can honestly feel the tension coming through the stream here. I was just like, wow. You're like,
My friend
ah.
Paige would love this right now. I think she's listening too, and she always wants to play like Would You Rather with me, and I'm like, please, Paige, make it stop. And she's always like, hey, Liv, want to play Would You Rather? It's like 3 a.m. I'm like, no, I don't want to play Would You Rather with like, oh my God.
So I like how like when I'd ask him, you're like, you start asking details. Well, you know what kind of fries? How well will they be done?
Yeah, that's the thing. Are they going to be like fluffy? Are they crispy? Are they like, how are they baked? Are they deep fried? Like, there's a lot of ways. Yeah, Craig, what the hell? He says that's a woman. Bruh, sorry that I'm not simple. Sorry I'm not simple and I think about a lot of things. That's what you want for somebody running token, somebody who thinks about all the things and not thinking about one or the other.
You go, Liv. You want someone that thinks about all the things.
All of them. I think about everything. I'm not simple-minded. I don't think about one or the other thing. I think about every factor. Craig wanted me to say this earlier. So I had been working on a meme for the past like 2 weeks, and he has been every day, live one meme video, and I'm like legit in like having business calls and shit with people. And I'm like, sir, like please relax, like this is not priority, but it's like it's pretty good, and I'm not gonna lie, I was working on it today. It's pretty good. It has a very recognizable voice, and it's going to be a voice for our future videos. I'm probably going to try and have it finished tonight, but since it's like 1 a.m. here, it's pretty much almost done. I was trying to get it done before this. He's like, can we get it done before? And I'm like, please relax. Like, this is not deterministic, a few hours of like anything. He's like, what if somebody else does it? I'm like, nobody else is doing this. Like, nobody else is doing this. He's like, they're gonna copy us. They've copied us, like another token, insert, I'm not gonna say the name of the token, but you know who I'm talking about, had copied a couple things that we have done. Maybe a coincidence, maybe. Probably, yeah, I'm getting head shaked at me. Maybe a coincidence. I'm not going to make accusations.
Yeah.
But these are things that I announced that I was doing, and they happen to also, another token, also do those things after they had maybe been around a little bit longer than I have, and all of a sudden they decided to do those very exact things. So it's very, very strange. That could be a glitch in the matrix happening, maybe. Or somebody's a copycat. Yeah, so he was worried about that. So I was like, he's on my ass today, like, finish the video. I'm like, all right, I will. And yeah, I think you're gonna like it. It's pretty funny.
Yeah, I'm looking forward to it. I'm looking forward to it.
What did you say? Oh, yeah, it's a very iconic voice. I'll just say that again, and you will understand and as soon as you hear it.
I will understand as soon as I hear it.
Everybody will. Everybody will. Unless they're living under a rock and have never listened to any media before ever in their lives.
Okay.
Yeah.
I think I feel I probably have a few guesses anyway, but
Yeah. I feel like
you're breaking up a little bit, Liv. Could you talk a little more in your mic?
Sorry. Yeah, just yeah. I feel like you would be able to, if you named a couple names of iconic people, you'd probably pick it.
Morgan Freeman. Hello?
No. Hello?
Okay, now I can hear you.
Hello? No comment.
Wow. I'm pretty good. Pretty good. Okay.
Pretty good.
Oh, wow. So Liv, what are you, the way things are going here, do you think you might go with Ask CEO full time over nursing?
Oh, I hate this question.
I know it's inevitable.
No, I know, but I need to, like, I can't just ignore the question. It's like the big elephant in the room in my life right now.
Yeah.
I'm like, everyone's like, you just finished nursing. There's only a couple months left. I'm like, yeah, I know, but like, also, like, am I gonna screw up everything if I go back to school? And I'm like, I can't manage all of this. I'm gonna go into full, like, nursing school is a lot alone, like just that in itself. And then you add managing, I mean, right now we only have 250,000 holders, and it's funny to say only, but I know it will be a lot more than that come the end of the summer. And yeah, I don't know, like it's hard for me to give an answer now. Like, I've literally had this conversation with Craig almost every day, and I don't like having it. And it's not something that, like, I'm taking lightly, because I, one, want to finish my education and have the Bachelor of Science degree. But at the same time, I'm in this position where it's like a once in a lifetime opportunity to be doing something great. And being a nurse is obviously doing something great. It's something amazing. And that's why I picked that for my undergrad. I said before, I wanted to go to med school. That wasn't written in stone, but it was something that I wanted to do afterwards if my grades were good enough. And I mean, I have A's across the board. So I don't know. It's hard for me to figure that out right now. Ideally, I would like to finish my degree to have it. Essentially, like, my final year it's all placements. And so it's not so much like textbook heavy work. It's more, it is like work, because I'd be going into placements and basically working like essentially a full-time job. And what I think is so important in nursing, you're an advocate for your patients, and you're somebody who you're speaking up for people when they are at their low points in their lives and when they're sick and they need help. And I think that's one of the most rewarding things in nursing. And this isn't like a textbook, like, interview answer. This is something that I've learned through being in the program, and through, I think I really learned that at my last placement in oncology, when I had some really, really real talks with some of my patients.
Yes.
Yeah, people are in, like clients, what we call them in nursing, not patients, because we like to actually acknowledge that they are, and not like kind of like downplay them, and like, we're not in a position of power. We talk to them like they are clients and that they are in control of their health. So we, I think I've had some conversations with clients or patients about like some pretty heavy things, and it just like gives you a reality check about life, I think. And just like what's really important in life. And to be that person who is giving somebody like their last bath, or somebody who might not even be awake, they could be unconscious, and they have their family there though, and they're getting sent home to essentially die at home with their family. I had a really tough go one day. It was kind of like a reality check of what was really happening, and I gave somebody her last bath, and her daughter was there, and it was very it was a hard experience, because it's just like you're doing something for somebody that is like so important, and you're taking care of people when they can't take care of themselves. And I think it's such an important job, and that's where I get this like sense of like, I think it's so rewarding to do that, and it's humbling. But I think also, even if I don't choose not to pursue that, I can utilize this platform that I have been graciously given to better things that are important. Like, yes, we're memeing and we're having fun, but I think like essentially like I can use this platform for things that are so important. Like, maybe we're not doing charities and we're not a charity coin, but we can raise money for charities and awareness for things that are really important in the world. I think that is like, yes, I can make an impact on people at a individual level, but I think if I can make an impact at like a systemic level and change the minds and views of masses, I think that is, it's really important. And I can try and obviously advocate for women in crypto, which is one of them, and obviously advocate for women in other positions. It doesn't have to be in crypto. It's just speaking up for women and entrepreneurs who want to be like business women, and encouraging them that like you can do it too. It's not just a place for men. Like, women can thrive and excel in these positions of power, and it can be done, and I can be living like an example of that. I'm not a businesswoman. Like, and when I say that, I mean I don't come from a business background. I don't have that experience, but I'm in this position where I'm essentially running like an informal, it's like a business, but it's not, obviously. I don't own it, but I'm running it like I would run a business. And I don't have that history, I don't have that education, but like anybody can do it if you are driven enough and you have the means and the motive to do it. So I think, like, I know this was a question and now I'm going into some deep stuff, but I think like it's a hard decision for me to make, but a part of me is swaying towards trying to finish the degree if I can. I really, really want to finish it and have that. I genuinely do. I can always postpone my degree for a year as well, take a year off and go back and finish my final year. I'd ideally like to finish it now though, because I worry that I wouldn't want to finish it and go back in a year if things start taking off a lot for myself and for whatever I'm working on. Yeah, that's my priority, is to finish it, but my other priority is also to take advantage of every opportunity that I'm given, because I feel very lucky that I'm in this position, and this isn't something that happens to everyone, and I don't want to be the person that lets a good opportunity go, because I know that I think I can make an impact for a lot of people, and I would utilize that platform to bring about some change if I can. And so yeah, I mean, I don't know, I don't really have an answer, but I've been really reflecting on it a lot over the past few weeks. It's hard, it's complex, I think.
I think you, from everything you told me there, I think you sell yourself a little short. I think you're so altruistic that you're also overly humble from my standpoint, because I don't think most people can be accomplishing what you're accomplishing right now. Especially people your age, and I don't mean this I'm not breaking this down to any specific gender. I just mean people in general. I think you have exceptional attributes, instincts, and levels of savviness and sincerity that have culminated together to kind of put you in the space that you are right now. And there are plenty of people that have the resources that just don't have the drive, don't have the determination. I heard the way you were talking about before, earlier in the show, how determined you were. Your resolve, for example, to someday get on Binance, your resolve seems very firm on these sorts of things. And the number one reason, Liv, why most people fail in their own entrepreneurial ventures is because they don't have the discipline to keep themselves to a high level of output.
Yeah.
Most people in this, you know what I mean?
Yeah, no, I was gonna say that's something that I have and I excel at. I will literally, like, I'm a work machine. My friends at school literally are like, what the hell? Like, I will smash out like essays like so fast. And like they're like, how? Get A's. I'll study for a test literally for maybe, and this is not study advice. Please don't study this way. I will literally like study the morning. If anyone hears this who, I don't know, a teacher of mine, I studied really hard for all my exams. I would study like the morning before an exam and go up and write a great mark. Like, I'm a very, very, very driven person. And when I want something bad enough, I literally will not stop. I think in the past, I've maybe been less confident, and I've been a very, I didn't have that sort of confidence in myself. And I think that I've grown this over the past few years, just having success in education, and I've realized that I'm capable of doing these like great things if I really just set my mind to it. And none of it is unachievable. Like, I graduated my last program with a 97 average. I literally had 100s in some of my classes. Like, I was getting over 100 because I had like bonus marks. Like, it was stupid. And it's just like, it's funny because I never saw myself to be that person until I started applying my drive to something that I wanted bad enough. And yeah, like, that's how I see myself here right now. This is something that I feel literally so inherently driven towards for it to be successful. When I hear people even question whether or not this is going to be successful, I don't even see it as an option for it to not be. And obviously I have to be realistic, but in my mind, I wouldn't allow it to not be successful. Like, I will not stop. I'm a pretty driven person, and I'm very stubborn, which can also be a flaw for me because I don't know how to say no sometimes, but or I don't like being wrong all the time, but I am getting better at that and reflecting on when I am wrong, and because obviously I can't be right about everything, but it's also good because I don't stop. If I'm upset, I don't sit in my emotions and shut down. I propel harder, if anything. I will literally work harder. And Craig knows this from experience. He has watched me grind like literally, I don't know how to explain it, like how hard I will work. And I was told the same thing actually by Joel Madden the other day. I had a phone call with him. And he told me the same thing. He said, don't be too humble. And he said, obviously be humble. And, but he's like, you need to acknowledge what you're doing, and not everybody is capable of doing this. And he's like, he's like, you're able to take credit for what you're building here, and you're able to acknowledge that. And he's like, don't let somebody else take another opportunity just because you're trying to be a humble person. He's like, take opportunities when they come, and it's not a bad thing to do. and he's just saying like you deserve whatever comes your way. Don't be overly humble, as in that you're not deserving of it. And I obviously don't think I'm not deserving of it, but I do think, yeah, I might be, I guess maybe like downplay some stuff that I do, because I don't want to be seen as this person who's like overly egotistical either, or like freaking like sociopath and I'm obsessed with myself. It's not like that at all. I just know that I trust myself and that I'm a hard worker, and I don't want to like go and be like I'm the best person, because I obviously do not think that, but I trust that what I'm doing, and I know what I'm doing. Thank you. Craig said you are the best person. I mean like I'm not the best person in the whole freaking world. I'm not like this ego-driven person. Okay, thank you, Craig. I'm not this ego-driven person, and I think it's good because it keeps me grounded. It's not good to have too much of a hot head. A lot of people, I think that will drive them down into the ground because they think they're always right and they can't take being wrong. I'm stubborn, but I can acknowledge when I'm wrong. That's the difference, I think.
Yeah, and that's definitely a quality. You know, one thing I've learned is you can bring people to the big show, but that doesn't mean they're going to apply themselves to be competitive in the big show. So those are some things I was going through my mind as you're like, I'm trying to bring more people in the space. I'm trying to bring more women to the space. More women will, I think that's great. And I think they will. I think they will continue. But as far as bringing more people to accomplish the things that you're accomplishing, that's a pretty small pool of people there. You know, That's a pretty small pool of people, because when it comes down to it, it's like this. It's like, I guess, it's kind of analogous to me with this show. I started this show about 6 weeks ago, and I have made content every day since I started it, many times, twice a day since I started it, and it's starting to go well. But it's not an accident. I put time and effort behind. You know how it works, putting together the branding, putting together concepts. The vibe that you're going for, and everything else. I mean, I had to learn all this stuff from scratch too, how to stream, and I'm not the most technologically savvy guy, so there's definitely a learning curve for me, all these sorts of things. And then just really grinding it out. Well, guess what? Most people aren't willing to do that.
Yeah.
And most people aren't willing to do what you've done to get where you are. You're talking about a very small sliver of the population.
Yeah. It's hard for me to understand that though, and that's what I have trouble wrapping my head around. I don't think that I'm, not to downplay myself, but it's hard for me to wrap my head around that other people aren't doing the same thing, and I'm like, or want to do the same thing. It's just like I don't really get it. Like that's just like, I don't know. That's why I'm like, when people are always like, no, like you're the best worker or whatever, like you're the best person for the job, and I'm like, I do agree with you, like I'm not gonna lie, but like also like why couldn't anyone else come in here and say do the same thing? And I'm not trying to say like I'm not the best person, because obviously I'll say I'm the best person 1,000 times over, but I'm wondering also, like from like just a questionable standpoint, like what is it though that like sets that like distinguishing thing apart? And that's what I can't really put my finger on, because people will ask me that and I'm like, I don't know. Like I know I'm a hard worker, I'm determined, I think I'm well spoken sometimes. I think I'm a good critical thinker, but I think I also need the fear in me to know that someone could replace me or do better than me, and I need that as a driving factor to know that, yeah, if I slip and let it go, and if I'm not on my toes at all time, what's to say somebody else couldn't come and do it better? And I literally wouldn't allow that to happen. So yeah, I wonder, like, okay, so what does it take for somebody to do it better? Like I don't really know what that is.
You know, if I had to speculate from my experiences, and I got a few years on you, contrary to some belief. I'm no spring chicken by any means. I would say the two attributes that I've seen in people like you, what I consider to be people like me as well, and others, they're usually, and you may not have both of these things, and I wouldn't say it's not an all upside to be this either. I might add there's downsides to it too, but being somewhat restless, being happy but restless.
Yeah, that's a good way to put it.
Mm-hmm.
Like that.
Would you describe yourself as happy but restless?
Yeah.
Yep.
That's
Yep.
actually I've actually never thought of it that way ever. And when you say that, that resonates with me a lot. I feel happy in like what I'm doing, and this is what I try to explain to people. I'm like, I'm stressed, and then they're like, look at me like scared, and I'm like, no. I'm happy what I'm doing. I love doing this. I'm not gonna lie. Like I don't owe it to anyone to do this. I'm doing it because I love doing this. But I'm also like, I'm stressed. I'm restless. I'm always like, there's something else that can be done. I want to do this right now. I want to do this, and I feel like I don't have enough time in my day to get this done and this done. And I'm
Yes.
a perfectionist, and I'm literally so OCD. And I'm like, this has to be done this way, and this has to be done this way. And I also have to like learn to let things go that like I can't control everything and micromanage. But like, yeah, restless is a great way to put it. Happy but restless.
Yeah, I resonate with everything that you said following up to that as well. I remember, I think people like us too, I think there's a sea shift that happens in your cognitive thinking and perspective that kind of kicks it into overdrive, where at some point too, I think in part what puts people like you on the trajectory at some point, there also comes a pretty good slice of hardship somewhere along the lines that really puts you in touch with your mortality, yeah? And then the consequence of that is you take stuff even less for granted than other people. So particularly you're younger. So I would guess, and you could correct me if I'm wrong, I would guess that you've had a few experiences, yeah, where that rattled you a bit, and that puts you in touch with your mortality.
Yeah, for sure.
Okay.
Yeah, I've been through some shit in my life, and I think it has taught me a lot of life lessons, and I think that's what's actually though made me stronger. And it's like some people might like be like, I guess, dwell on those things, and I think maybe I did for a bit, but I think it's like provided me with like this like guidance on how I want to be, and not this like, I don't know, it's given me like drive and motivation to be successful, I think, and like grow from everything that I've experienced in my life.
Yeah, and I feel that radiating off you, and because that's the kind of energy I can relate to too, where once you experience stuff like that, consequentially every day you wake up, you're not taking any moment for granted, right? And you're like, I need to maximize my time on this planet, right? While I'm still breathing, and still have the gift of life. And when you start looking at things through that lens, you're much more likely to take bold action, right?
Yeah.
Where I think a lot of times people get stuck in their comfort levels, and your comfort levels are good to a degree, but they can also be very stagnating for personal growth and goal achieving. For example, Liv, I remember having a real sea change in my thinking around the age of 30-ish, okay? And before I was 30, I was I wouldn't say I was like petrified shy when it came to women, but I was skittish. You know, I was skittish. I was a bit shy. I wouldn't say I was terribly bold, but something happened, that same kind of sea change, where I'm like, what am I doing? Like, why am I feeling this way? And I'm wasting opportunity. I'm wasting time. And plus my own limitations are a product of my own imagination. And something happened at that point where the shackles just came off. I freed myself of those shackles. And then it was like, I'd see a beautiful woman. I'd have no hesitation. I'd introduce myself. And sometimes that would result in like a dating situation. And then I don't just apply that to women. For me, I just started applying that to all aspects of my life. Just more of a go for it, seize it, just fucking do it, right? Mentality. So what are your thoughts on that?
No, I fully agree with that. Like, I used to be the same way. I used to be quiet, more reserved. Like around my friends, I would be like fun, but I was always very shy. I was never outspoken. I would never talk back to somebody. If somebody like maybe dissed me or something, I would never be the person to talk back and defend myself. I was never like that. And I think maybe I was pretty young when I started, like, when I went through some shit, and like I think changed me a lot. I think I had a few years of this confusion of like maybe like trying to discover who I'm supposed to be and like kind of person, and like struggling, like internal struggle. And I think now though, like I have so much more clarity on like who I am, what my motives are, and like having this self-confidence. I think that obviously I'm not perfect. I know I'm not, but I think that I've grown so much to have this, I guess, like self-confidence and like motivation, and drive that like I never had before. I've never had that ever in my life. Until recently, just a few years ago, it just like came out of nowhere. And I just like had this drive. I was like, what am I gonna do? Like, am I just gonna like sit back and just expect things to like happen? And I'm like, no, like I need to be proactive. I need to be this person. And I just sat down and started becoming a very driven person. And I like essentially like just it's really all about perspective and mindset. And it's funny to say that, but it really is. And it's how you perceive things, I think. And it's funny because everybody's like, oh, if you can dream it, you can achieve it. And it is true to an extent. Obviously, it's not in all situations, but if you really can have a good perspective on what your goals are and how to achieve them, it's not impossible to do. But obviously you can't be the person that these are like half-assed goals. These need to be things that you genuinely want. You have to want it bad. And if you want it that bad, it will happen. And so I say, like, I literally do not stop. Like, I work this like it's two full jobs, what I'm doing right now. And I'm not being paid to do it. It's really frustrating though sometimes, because I have people being like, why aren't you doing this right now? Or the other night, I know you saw the tweets. I was in your voice chat and communicating like with your listeners, and people are like, Liv has the time to be in voice chat, but Liv doesn't have the time to do this. And I'm just like, at the same time, I'm like, I have to like not let that bother me, but it also just like bothers me because I'm like, are you like, it feels so disrespectful to be told that when I know that I work literally like 18 hours, I would say, a day.
I know you do.
I'm at my computer all day. I have zero contact or like relationship with friends, family, because this is all I do. And it's like, yes, it's like, it's great for the community and growing this, but it's also like to a point where it's unhealthy. But like, I know that this isn't sustainable for forever, but like I'm so driven to not even like I want to go freaking full steam ahead. And I do not want to slow down at all. Like I have no like bone in my body wants to slow down or let down until we get to a point where I can confidently say, okay, I can slowly stop doing all of this stuff every hour that I'm awake. And I think at that point is maybe when we have a little bit more utility. I think we'll get to that point, and I'm already seeing that evolution in our community. I'm having less to nurse our Telegram, less to nurse certain things. People, we're developing sort of an ecosystem. Like our admins are fantastic. Our admins run our community so well. They will figure it out amongst themselves. Also, they don't rely on me. They'll relay messages to me that are super important. But it's not like bringing every single message to me. That's what it was at the start, because I think they want me to like know everything that's going on. But like it's gotten to a point where I think they have confidence in themselves also to know what's legitimate to bring to me and what's not. Like, but yeah, like we're getting to a point where there's like already evolution happening in our community. So I'll be able to let back a bit. But yeah, I don't know.
Yeah, and I know I can tell that you have the drive pretty much at every waking moment. So when someone, and I saw that annoying kid on Twitter, try to come at you over that, and that's when I told Billy. I said I think I said it at one point, kind of paraphrasing, but I said that I don't think I'm the best ambassador or representative for Dogecoin, because it's do only good every day. I don't do only good every day. I think I do. If I had a coin, I'd probably call it DMGO or DMGE, do mostly good every day, because I am like 80% do only good every day and 20% go after yourself. So
yeah.
That's I feel like that's the kind of the ratio with me.
That's kind of me too, though.
Yeah.
Kind of person, though.
I know you got that moxie. I know, and I actually identify with that. I've seen that in you. I've seen where you draw the lines with people and you say no, you can go F yourself. Like, I'm not putting up with this. Like, no, I'm not putting up with this. And I love how you handle it, and that you're not afraid to even, with some of your own people, put them in line if they need to be. Like, that to me speaks volumes. That is peak integrity, in my opinion.
Yeah.
So, if guys, Elon Musk just tweeted
I saw that.
Yeah, so I pulled this up on the screen, guys. This is one of the best memes I've seen in relation to Doge. This is incredible. This is absolutely epic. I would love to see this on a t-shirt. So obviously this is from the classic Jaws movie poster, kind of a parody of that. And here is the Shiba Inu looking kind of mean, right? Coming up in the deep sea, right? And it says, "You'll never use the dollar again." Here comes the Doge coming to replace the dollar. Elon tweeting this out. He feared Cointelegraph calling Barry Siebert out. Calling Barry out in under no uncertain terms, no explicit terms. Our friend Barry, the Twitter war has been, the Twitter nuclear bomb war has been unleashed on Barry of Cointelegraph, the Bitcoin maxi. Elon just laying it out absolutely brilliantly, hilariously. Barry, I don't see how he survives this one in the meme war. What do you think, Liv?
I think it's fantastic. This is honestly, yeah, like you said, that's probably one of the best memes that I've seen by far. And this actually brings back to like what we were talking about earlier about how like Elon is will do whatever it takes to like literally wants to replace, I think, the dollar with Doge. And honestly, if any token could do it, I think it's Doge. Literally. I don't see why it couldn't. It's so funny. And it's hilarious if it does. Like I think that it literally can hit $1, but I think it will become probably one of the most popular currencies, if not the most popular currency. It's already up there with one of the most, but I think anything could flip Bitcoin. I think it could genuinely be Doge. And a lot of people say like Ethereum, but I think there's a lot of I think Ethereum, I love Ethereum, don't get me wrong, I love it, but there's a lot of flaws with Ethereum. I don't see why something else couldn't surpass Ethereum if it was going to be Ethereum. Something a little bit built better, but I think Doge is just perfect. It's just funny. It's like it's so good. It's a dog, and I think it's just like also the biggest FU to like the banks, and who are like desperately like trying to grasp their shitcoin, the US dollar. I hope that if anything flips Bitcoin, it's Doge, and if anything flips the US dollar, it's Doge.
Yeah.
Also ass. But if I'm talking from like a standpoint, Doge has the best chance right now where they're at. I would love to see that.
Yeah, me too. So yeah, it's a hilarious outcome, and that's what Elon is campaigning for. Elon is campaigning for a hilarious outcome. It's a friendly, amusing branding and culture, and it's very accessible. It's a very accessible currency to a lot of people, and it's ready. It's ready to go. I mean, as far as in a retail space, Doge is ready to hit the ground running. And you can't say that about Bitcoin. Bitcoin is a great asset to have, but it's kind of dead and stalled out in the retail space. No one really spends Bitcoin. Ethereum, I love Ethereum as for a long-term investment, but it's those gas fees are pretty gnarly, and its efficiency isn't quite there in relation to Doge. So yeah, I think Doge is very well positioned to be. And I always say this on this show. I try to educate people on this as much as possible, because the other shoe is going to drop, Liv, very soon, where all of these big companies that had invested to make themselves Bitcoin compliant and ready to go, to add that to their arsenal of ways people can pay for goods and services. And then they're going to realize that their statements every month, there's going to be next to no Bitcoin transactions, and they're going to wonder why. And then what did he say?
No, nothing. I'm just laughing because it's so true.
Right.
They're going to be wondering, and they picked the wrong coins to be using.
Right. And then they're like, well, why is this? And they're like, well, sir, no one's really spending Bitcoin because it's just kind of turned into this expensive asset that's limited. Well, why'd you tell me to do this, you numbskull? And then it's like, what's going to take the place? And I think that's where Doge is going to be perfectly positioned, the dog money, because people actually spend it too. I mean, we've already had proof of concept with it too. And so it's interesting. I don't really think that Elon, most of Elon's tweets at this point really move the market for Doge at all anymore. But it doesn't really matter in my opinion, because it's the actual real market plans that he's making for Doge behind the scenes. Tweets can only do so much, like memes can only do so much. But what can really move the needle is announcing, Dogecoin Tesla integration. Doge, the Doge 1 mission to space. That actually, when that's actually in the orbit and the whole world's watching and stuff like that. Those are the things that are actually going to push this up to $1 and beyond. Other than that, most people are just kind of, I think most serious investors, they're amused. Many of them may be amused by this and are sympathetic to dog money. But until he announces like something really major like that, I think a lot of the big boys are just kind of sitting by and observing until that goes down, But I think all those big moneyed, big moneyed apes will jump right in once that stuff happens, just like we saw with Bitcoin.
Yeah, I fully agree with you. I think we're going to I think if Elon really does integrate this Doge method of payment into Teslas, I think that's going to be huge. Like, Elon is, like, if you look at everything he's doing, it's not only Tesla. He's not only going to do it Tesla. Think about it like in terms of SpaceX. And if SpaceX just keeps on growing, which I think they will, that's a whole other company. And plus whatever else he does, because he's brilliant, and I'm sure he'll figure out other ways to integrate Doge in terms of like utility and use case and methods of buying and selling things and goods. I think realistically, like, to bet against Doge is stupid in my opinion. You can't even deny the fact that it's probably one of the best tokens that everybody should be holding. And for like companies to be like going and like integrating Bitcoin as their method of payment, like, I don't doubt that that's a good thing to do, but if you're limiting yourself to only Bitcoin and expecting like, why are my sales not going up? You can't just have Bitcoin and expect like this is the best cryptocurrency because it has the highest market cap. Like, that's not the best way to look at it also. Like, and I think that's how a lot of businesses look at it, because they just don't understand crypto. They are like, oh cool, let's accept crypto, and they accept Bitcoin, and like nobody wants to use that. Everybody's like, if you can hear you can spend your Doge, that's so much more fun. I don't know, like, if you could go and spend your Doge places, it's way more fun. What's that site called? Stake.com? Like, stake.com, do you ever go on there?
I have, but I haven't spent a lot of time there. Stake.com.
Oh god, I haven't spent a lot of time, but I went on there a couple, like 2 or 3 times, just like with friends and just streaming with them just for fun for like an hour, and just like throwing the Doge on there and like playing blackjack and stupid games, deal or no deal. Like, so much fun. And I was like, I don't even want to use Bitcoin. It's more fun if you're using Doge. But yeah, I don't know. Like, to me, it's so much more fun to be using a coin called Doge instead of, you know, Bitcoin. It's not fun.
Mr. Frodo coming in with a $9.99 super chat. Thank you, Mr. Frodo. Appreciate you. Hey, y'all. I've been out of the loop since the Israeli-Palestinian conflict started. Anything new regarding news for Doge? I noticed Doge dove into the 7th circle of hell. As always, love the stream, Stephen. Mr. Frodo, as I recall, I believe that you are over there in the Middle East, so just take care of yourself. Be safe, my man. And thank you for your continued support of the show. Anything new regarding Doge? Well, as you can see, Elon just tweeted a very epic meme directed at Barry Siebert and pretty much the whole fiat industry. So that's pretty amusing. I guess that's the big Doge news of the day. As far as anything else, not really much going on, my friend. As far as 7th circle of hell, well, what you got to do is look at what the rest of the market is doing. And so Doge is very much down, but that is not unique to Doge. That is what's going on in the entire market, all the way from the top 10 all the way down to obscure tokens. So this is something that's just affecting everyone. So don't read too much into it. Try not to stress too much about it. The downturn we're seeing with Doge right now, hanging and trading around 29, 30 cents. This is not unique to Doge, my friend. It's not unique to Doge. I do think we're going to find our way and navigate our way out of this. And hey, this is where the real money is made. Those who have firm resolve and don't panic sell when the going gets tough, many times get rewarded long term. Isn't that right, Liv?
Diamond hands all the way.
Yeah. So thank you for that. We are curious about our conversations, but we do not understand because there is a language difference. Would be very happy if the decisions made on Twitter are published. Please, Liv. I don't even know what that means. I don't know if you know what it means, Liv.
I don't know what that means either.
Okay.
I don't know if they mean like maybe they want whatever we're saying written down so that they can translate it, maybe in Google Translate. But that's what I'm kind of thinking. But I mean, does there what's it called? Is there like captions when you post a video afterwards? Like, can you put that on or no? I know Google does or not Google, YouTube does like auto captions when you're listening to videos. Like you can turn them on even if you didn't make them. It just like recognizes it.
What's that? What was the last thing you said? Sorry. You broke up a little bit. It's on my end.
Yeah. No, that's okay. Like on YouTube when you're watching videos, sometimes if you turn on captions will it will auto generate, I guess, based on like sound and voices. Maybe I think that they want it down in text so that they can translate it.
Oh, right. Okay. I think you hit it on the head. What's going on there? Okay. That makes more sense to me.
Yeah, I think they maybe want it like written down in text, but I don't really know how we're supposed to transcribe a 4-hour video.
Yeah, I don't know where to start there, my friend. Oh, yes. I was just engaging with another hater there momentarily on Twitter. And I'm sure you've experienced this too, Liv. I've just started to experience it now with my growth on my end, and you're further along in the growth journey than I am as far as your profile goes. But I'm at the phase right now where, and you could probably cite a moment like this too, or I'm asking if you could cite a moment like this, where you reach a level of notoriety, where all of a sudden a lot of extra like haters come out of like just nowhere, just like nowhere. Have you experienced this?
Yeah, but I mean, the past few days, I mean, I know you've seen the tweets. I have been mentioned in some tweets from from some communities, and they're not very nice tweets, but I mean, whatever, like whatever floats your boat. Yeah, like I think honestly, from a genuine standpoint, I think literally the support or like support to haters has been like a 99% ratio to 1% ratio. I think the majority of everything that comes out of Twitter has been super positive and supportive towards me, and that's something that like is astounding. It's pretty impressive that, and like so nice to see and refreshing that people are actually supportive and not haters. Have haters out there, everyone's got them. No matter what, people are gonna call you whatever names they want to call you in the book. People want to be nasty. If you're an angry person, you're an angry person. I suggest you deal with what you've got to deal with personally. I don't see why people thrive off of, I guess, being internet warriors and whatever.
Yes.
But I mean, like, I think the majority, though. Sorry, I have to mute myself. My dogs are barking. I don't know if you're picking that up, but yeah, like, I think the majority of people have been supportive, and but I have seen some haters from other non-named communities.
Yeah, I would say, I'm just going to kind of call it out, and you don't have to say anything. But and this is nothing against anyone here or anybody watching that holds this coin or is bullish about it and really likes it. But I have to say, there is a very specific, unique problem with the SafeMoon community. I just have never seen levels of this vitriol, viciousness, mean-spiritedness. It's very exceptional. I mean, my inbox is full of just vicious, vile stuff, even violent stuff, threats, all of it. And it's just, it's very disturbing. It's just very disturbing. So I don't know what, to attribute it to, like what's going on within those particular, in certain sects. And I'm not saying all SafeMoon people are like this. I know some that are just beautiful people, really not like this at all. But I'm just saying, I just keep noticing these patterns, man. It's just really over the top. And I don't know what it's coming from. I'm not quite sure what it's coming from.
Yeah, no, I agree with you, and I've seen it myself actually. And this isn't to say this is true to obviously the entire community. You have your outliers, but it's not like outliers though. I feel like it's been a trend that I have seen of people who are just genuinely angry. And I don't really understand why. I don't know where it comes from, and just like hostility. It's one thing if you're not a fan of other coins and whatnot, like that's fine. I mean, everybody has preferences, but also to be like that aggressive about something, it's like why? Like why? I really don't see why people get so angry and worked up and like want to threaten people and call others these like terrible names. It's like what does that do for you? Like how does that better your life? And I'm not saying you're on Twitter to better your life, but what do you get out of that? Like how does that make you feel good? Like you've got to have something going on in your life to be that kind of person who has to go and just like want to like go out for blood all day, every day, and just like have these terrible motives. It's like, what is your goal here? Like, I can't even imagine what your DMs look like. I mean, like Craig has had some pretty nasty DMs. Like I've seen them. Not nice, not nice. And then I get like in the crossfire, like caught into it. And I'm like, I'm not trying to bring drama in, because like I'm by association with my community, I'm trying to obviously keep my community out of stuff, but like I'm getting in crossfire of it too. And it's like they're trying to drag me in. And I heard the other day from multiple people that like one of the devs from that community was just like talking really poorly about me, and that was just like upsetting to hear also, because I'm like that's a personal attack. Then it's not even just like on our community, or you don't like our token and you think whatever, oh, it's dumb. Like when you make a personal attack on somebody and start like saying personal things, it's super disrespectful. And I heard that from multiple people, and I'm like, it's kind of like astounding when you have like a ton of grown men just like threatened by a one-woman team essentially. And,
yeah, I've seen
by
it.
a one-woman team, I don't mean like one, like I obviously have a whole community behind me, but I mean like on paper, a one-woman team.
Yeah. I've seen that. And, from what I've learned about you and observed about you, I think you strike a really good balance between, standing up for yourself, and I'm just going to use this term for a lack of a better term, because I don't like to use terms that instantly overly simplify things or polarize things. But I'll say I think you strike a really great balance between feminism and just practicality and thick skin. And I think you have a really nice balance and a really healthy balance. And I think you got a keen eye for actually calling out legit BS. Versus, but you also don't strike me as someone who overreacts and looks for things to be troubled by. But
Yeah.
when trouble comes to you, when you let them have it.
Yeah, that's the thing. Yeah, I don't go and try and seek it out, but if it comes to me, I'll obviously choose my battles wisely. I'm not trying to give anyone the time of day who's trying to rattle me up. Like, whatever, have fun, go do your shit. I don't know, whatever makes you happy and helps you sleep at night. But like, if it is somebody who is doing something that is something that needs to be addressed. I don't know, like I don't know, like really don't know what to give for an example, but somebody who's like, I guess, making false claims up about me, or essentially sending death threats to me, or trying to like dox me. That's drawing a line, and that's
Yeah,
where
That's the
like,
kind of stuff I'm experiencing right now, frankly.
yeah, it's been happening numerous times, and I will only let something like that pass for so long. I'm not the kind of person who I don't have malice intentions. I don't want to ever go and take action on things unless it's absolutely necessary. I'm at that point in some scenarios, but where I am contemplating taking action on some things that have been happening, ongoing happening, and I'm not the person who wants to do something like that unless it's absolutely necessary and it's for a legitimate reason, because I mean, like, I'm not trying to fucking deal with time for that shit. Like, come on. I really don't have time for it. I have things that are like I have so many great things going on right now that, like, why would I even waste my time? But yeah, the only reason that I would ever take action on something if it was completely legitimate. I mean, I had been told, again, like I said to you, like, that somebody, like a dev from the other community is actively going and saying negative things about me. That's it's also kind of like a sign that they're threatened, which is funny to be.
Oh, big
threatened by
time. Big time. Big time.
It's funny to be threatened by a one-woman team also who does what they're doing with limited resources. Which is like, it's legitimately funny to me, because I see people struggling to market, or if they are marketing, they are very lucky because they have millions of dollars from I don't know wherever that money came from. I don't have that. I am doing things strategically from a smart business and marketing way, and people like us because they like us. And it's funny, I had a meeting again or an interview with Bloomberg. I was telling the interviewer for an article, she's saying, like, why would an influencer want to talk about you or shill you for free if you're not paying them? Because I told her straight up, I said, she's like, who do you pay? And I'm like, actually, if you go and look on Twitter, I can probably almost guarantee you that I didn't pay these people, like any of them. And she's like, well, why would anyone want to shill you for free? And I'm like, okay, well, have you ever owned a brand before? Have you ever owned, like, I don't know, a Nike shirt? Have you ever owned, like, you're paying to own their brand, because you want to be with them. It's the same thing goes with, like, anything that you're creating, like a brand. If you have enough people that like you and want you, they will. I mean, you have to obviously build that brand, but we are building it in a way where we're not forcing people to like us by, like, paying people, like, and then I don't know. But anyways, I just think it's funny to feel to see that other communities that are, like, very large are threatened and talking down about a woman in crypto. I just think it's good shit.
Yeah, I've noticed that too, where it's And a lot of times too, I have seen a lot of that attitude come out from guys that fancy themselves and make the most noise about being allies and things like this, right? And so to me, it's almost like a lot of guys like this are even more suspect to me because it almost becomes a thing of doth protest too much, you know? It's kind of like a lot of times these guys that bark about being the loudest allies for women are usually kind of pieces of shit to women in their real lives. I've noticed this pattern. Whereas the guys that are more chill and aren't like just so in your face about how much they're advocates, they usually stand a better chance of having some better manners regarding such things, and when it comes to matters of respect. I don't know if you've experienced some of that, but
Yeah, no, I have. I mean, the people who are the most offensive about it obviously are trying to be defensive for reasons. I've seen it happen countless of times, and people get defensive and angry when you ask them questions, and that's when you normally know you've hit a trigger. Yeah, I don't know. I think I don't know. I've seen Craig's DMs. They're pretty aggressive. I'm in all of his tweet mentions because they decide to mention me whenever he decides to tweet, and he has a community angry at him, and then they drag me into it, and I'm like, bro, why are you bringing me into this? Not Craig, like other community members that are trying to bring me into it. I'm like, whatever he does, like, don't associate me with him. Like, I am my own person. Don't just drag me into it and say, like, he's an individual. He's a grown man. He can do what he wants. You what? What do you mean? Oh, yeah. This is the other really sexist thing.
Yeah, go for it.
Super sexist, actually, coming out of that community. Super sexist that I've seen numerous times. Everybody says that Craig created the coin, not Liv.
Really?
So you're assuming that because he's the man, he's using me as a ploy to market it. And I think that's
really
disrespectful. Yeah, and it's funny because Craig is literally the most technologically illiterate person in the world, and all love to Craig. He's good. He's good at trading cryptos, and he's good at all his technical analysis. But there's not a freaking chance he could deploy a smart contract. And if he did, it would probably be by accident.
Would all be rugged.
Everybody would be rugged, and not intentionally rugged because something was not done properly, and like something's going to a dead address or something. Like,
oh my gosh,
like,
this is hilarious. This is absolutely hilarious.
Yep, like I can send you those tweets. It's pretty messed up. I saw that today, and I was like, "Are you freaking?" And I just did not engage because I'm like, I'm angry, but like I'm like, no, I'm not engaging. Like, these guys are literally sexist. Why am I going to go and like, yeah, whatever. If you make like a joke, whatever. But like these people are literally serious. Like, this is a very serious statement. They literally think that he made it, and that's what I've seen. Like, so many people saying that, oh, it's Craig's token. Craig made it. I'm like, no. Like, no. Like, yes, he's helping me here behind the scenes, but there's not a chance. This is me being so honest. If you ask anyone that knows this man, and you ask anybody that knows him personally, could he have made it? They will literally laugh at you because he does not know how to use a computer.
You know, it does say something about them when that's their automatic assumption, because that like never once occurred to me for like a moment. No offense to Craig, but it just never once occurred to me. It never once occurred to me that Craig had anything to do with a significant part of the development. I don't mean that as insult to Craig. I just mean more of like it was clear to me from corresponding to you that was obvious, you know. So it just says a lot. It just says a lot that that's the default. You know what I mean?
Yeah. It's funny, but like, and then on the other end of the spectrum, you have other holders who are like so nice, and then it's like, it's so strange. But like, I don't know if it's just because it's my feed, and people are like, the haters will go and try and seek out to like cause trouble. But like, I've seen so much negative stuff, like. Craig, like, I think he asked the community, wait, like, and it was a genuine question, like, why do you like the token? And I don't think, and then he started a Twitter space and not one person could answer. And I was curious, and it wasn't like even to troll. It was more just like to get a real answer. Like, hey, why do you like this? And it's not to be a smartass, it's not to be a troll.
Sure.
Like, actually, to know, because I don't know the community. I don't. All I've seen is like really negative stuff. I'm like, bro, I don't want to be part of this. This is scary. I'm like, I want to be part of like a fun community that's like happy and supportive. And I don't want to be part of something that's like everybody's angry and like,
Yeah.
I don't know, like that's what I've seen. And nobody was able to give an answer. So like, I don't know if anyone in the chat is part of the community and like can give an answer like why they like it. It's not even.
I've noticed with the folks that are invested in SafeMoon, they're still a part of this community despite my recent criticisms of it. They're more chill. They're just more chill. They're not as easily ruffled. We can have a difference of opinion on something and still be cool. And it's not that coin doesn't like consume their life. It's just like a part of their portfolio. You know, it's not like I'm an adherent of this thing now. So that's what I've seen anyway. I tweeted out something earlier today, Liv, when I woke up, and I said this after just breezing through the barrage of insanity in my inbox. I just started leading without even opening things, and I just said, I'm not required to like certain projects. I reserve the right to question them, to not support them. I don't have to like a coin or a token. I can even say that I don't like it. You can too. Everyone should be free to do so without threats, bullying, underhandedness, and intimidation tactics. What do you think?
No, I think that's fine. I don't see anything wrong with that. And I fully agree with you. Everybody is entitled to have their own opinions. And whether or not you agree with their opinion, you have to respect their opinion. And just because you start, and people, I don't think people understand, the more they yell at you and say like, what do you say? Sorry. Like, what are you saying? Like, you're wrong. Like, do they realize that like that's pushing you farther away? That you're like, they are proving your argument of, and it's like, if you just come about something maybe from a different perspective and a different approach, like everybody would, like, it'd be so much better. Yeah, I see the tweet right now.
You're like, oh.
Oh, Billy's in there too.
Where's Billy?
Well, Billy commented, the best way to promote a project and show how legitimate it is and how cool the community.
Oh yeah.
Oh my god.
Yeah, that's.
Oh my god. Now the community would be to join is to act like a psychopath.
Yeah, that's what Billy commented on my status about that. Yeah, that was Billy's. It's so funny. It's so perfect.
Oh my god. Billy. Oh wow, Billy's funny. Billy's too good.
I know, he's too good.
Oh my god, that's funny. But no, I agree. You should be able to tweet freely about the tokens that you like and maybe dislike and why you dislike them, and you're allowed to dislike them. It doesn't, like, it's not the end of the world. You're literally one person amongst like millions of people in crypto. So like, I don't know why anyone's gonna lose sleep over like Mr. Real Deal Steven Steele saying that like he's not a fan of this one crypto. Like, who cares? Like, move on. Like, you're tweeting it literally doesn't matter. I don't know how anyone would lose sleep over something like that. It's just like, okay. And like people like get so triggered. Like if you say you don't like a certain coin.
It's also we get the brunt of it more though. I mean, to be fair to the psychopaths, we have a bigger platform than a lot of people, so they're threatened more, you know, if we say something about it. But it's crazy, you know. I'm not going to spend more than a couple more minutes on this, but I will say this. The attack that I went under last night, it was, I think most people in this room probably know what happened. I'm not going to get into it too deeply, but it was basically an online attack against me. Total 100% fabrication, no merit to it, just a sleazy, underhanded lies that were being spread against me by two individuals on social media. And I confronted them both because this was like, why are you doing this to me? I don't understand. Like, I didn't do anything wrong, et cetera, et cetera. We ended up having it out. They ended up being exposed as lying and misrepresenting. They ended up apologizing and at the end of this thing to me and admitting that they were wrong. And then I learned tonight actually, not too long before we went live tonight, that the person behind the attack and feeding these guys the information and riling up to attack me and smear me is a SafeMoon maximalist. That was, and that earlier yesterday, I levied some, I didn't even levy a critique of SafeMoon. I just showed some interesting facts that I thought were interesting and kind of bizarre that I thought people should at least know about. So I posted those, and then there was a coordinated attack against me, you know, and now I know that it was at the direction and motivation from SafeMoon maximalist. And you know, what do you say? What can you say to that kind of thing? It's just absolutely wild. It's just wild.
Yeah, when I mean, I couldn't help but laugh when the story was told, and it wasn't like laughing at you. It was literally laughing at how dumb it was to come at you. I was like, I legit, like, it was like something like, it's not even like high school drama. That's like middle school drama. It's like somebody didn't pay me money because you followed the same channel that I follow on Twitter or whatever. like what? Or like it fits same channel on YouTube. Like, oh my God. Like, I can't believe the level of like how low IQ some people are. Oh my God. I was legit like, I thought you were literally going to hit me with like some elaborate story that was being made up about you. Honest to God, I literally was so worried. I was like, when I saw that tweet, I was like, what the hell? I'm like, Steven's literally the last person that anyone would be coming after like that.
Right.
Like, especially somebody from the Doge community. I was like, what the like, I did not understand that. And then I was like,
Right.
I feel like it's going to be some elaborate lie and fake story. I'm like, there's not a chance I'm going to believe whatever is coming out. Because I'm like, I know this guy. This guy's not like... And everybody under there was like, what the heck is this? Like, people were mad. Like, that they were like trying to like call you out.
Right.
And I suspected, like I said to you, I mentioned that to you. I was like, do you think it's this? And you were like, honestly, like, it's strange if it is. But, like, the timing was so right for it to be somebody from that community. But it's like, why though? Like, it's like the dumbest, like, most low IQ thing. So I'm not that low.
Yeah.
I was like, how's that even a fight? Like, I don't really... Oh gosh, that was so dumb. Like, I'm sorry that drama happened to you. It was just literally like, I can't believe that was happening.
I'm going to get to a couple super chats, make sure I'm not missing anyone here. Just two quick ones. Jonathan Marino, my opinion is SafeMoon #1 Not a fact, though. Fair enough, Jonathan. It's your prerogative, man. It's all right. It's, as long as you can hang and you're okay with me not being particularly a fan and can handle a few criticisms of it and not take it personally, we're all good, my man. Liv, stop super chatting.
Do you like that one? Can you read what he's writing?
Number 1. That's so cute. Liv sending me Shiba Inu super stickers. Just and
clicking on some like checking out what I can do on sticker things.
Yeah. It's that whole thing was really wild, and it's one of those things where were you in the room hearing how this guy was talking to me?
No, I wasn't there. I came in afterwards. I came in like 20, 30 minutes after that post was posted on Twitter. And then, I didn't know what happened. So I was like, yo, what's going on? Like, why is, like, I came in to, there's so much tension in your room. And I was like, this is like.
He came in so hot. Like, he came in so hot, and he was being such a patronizing jerk. Like, it was just, and he was being so arrogant. And the only way I could have it out with him and set the record straight was live in my room, because he wasn't corresponding. He wasn't willing to work it out in DMs, And then, so this is the main thing here's the main thing about that whole ordeal. The main thing is these two guys, and I'm not going to name them because they apologized to me. So I don't want people to, and if you guys know who they are, like, please don't flood them with like messages and stuff. They have both apologized to me, and I'm not trying to stir, beef up again. So what happened was both of these guys told me the narrative that there was somebody that was a contest winner of that contest of the last channel I was involved with, that I had no connection to the contest. It wasn't my channel, but they're somehow blaming me for that. And they said, yeah, one of the contest winners, he said you blocked him when he tried to ask you about his winnings. And I'm like, no, I wouldn't do that. I wouldn't block someone for that reason. There's no way. I said, plus, I know all the contest winners, and almost all of them, if not all of them, are fans of my show. Like, they're part of my community now, and because I understand what happened. And so then you're like, well, not this one. And I was like, and you blocked him. I'm like, I said, well, if I blocked him, it wasn't for that. And then he went, oh, sure. I'm like, no, if I blocked him, it's probably just because he was being a jerk on Twitter, not because he was a contest winner that I was trying to avoid conversation about. So I patched through the guy into the room, and then like 2 minutes into the conversation, I confront him, and I'm like, wait a minute, I don't remember you. Were you a contest winner? He's like, no, I wasn't. I'm like, oh, so the whole foundation of this argument is based on an allegation, is based on a lie. I'm like, I don't need to hear from either of you anymore. This is done. This is over. You base this whole allegation on a lie. You're not going to occupy any more of my airwaves. And I just took their speaking privileges away, and that was it. And I'm like, we're done. I don't need to hear any more of this garbage. Straight garbage. Liv, will you stop giving me money in my room? Stop it. Why? Stop.
Why?
Stop. I like the how's it going one. I like the how's it going one is really charming. That's very nice. I like that. It's very relaxed and cool. Thank you, Liv. Okay. The show guest is not supposed to super chat. You're the guest. Dogelander, thank you for your $5 super chat. Awesome chat, Steele and Liv. Where do you both see ass in 5 years? To you both. I will let Liv answer that first, and then I'll take I don't know. I don't know. We're asking me 5 years, dude. I don't have an answer for you. I'll let Liv take it.
Gambia.
Oh no, you didn't.
I'm sorry. I had to do it. I'm sorry. It was so set up. I'm sorry. I
No, it was there. It was set up like it was set up like a T-ball. Now in just
Yeah.
reflection over the last few seconds, it was really hard to pass up. So what she's saying, you guys, in 5 years, Ass Token is going to Gambia. Going to Gambia. Ass Token in Gambia. Take your ass to Gambia.
Oh my god.
Okay.
Did you
Should I what?
record that?
Hold on. Let me plug my headphones back in again. No, I just did that now.
Oh my god, I thought you were playing a recording. Like you pre-recorded that.
Like I pre-recorded that just for this moment.
That's good stuff. Just in case that happened. Oh, people are writing in chat now to Gambia. I mean, if that's where people want to see us, like I guess we could do the same thing, yes, or something. I don't know. 5 years. I don't know, sir. I don't know because it's a hard question to answer.
Mm-hmm.
Hopefully in 5 years we have all our merch. We are on Binance. We are on every other exchange that we are not listed on yet. We are on other blockchains. I already am in talks with another blockchain for integrating us there.
Sure.
But I mean, that's more of like a this year kind of thing happening. Yeah, obviously podcasts or Asscasts or Assaholics.
Yeah.
Yeah, we want Adidas. I hope to have like our own ecosystem at some point.
Right on.
Maybe like an exchange could possibly. Somebody already started building one for us, which is pretty cool.
Really?
Yeah, it's pretty much built. Yeah, but I like have to look over everything and have other developers like test it all and make sure that it's like legit and nothing's getting like ruggy or exploited, because that's also a little sketchy. Yeah, like I think like there's other entrepreneurs that we are talking with right now to figure out a long-term plan for us and what we can build and where we will be integrated into. But I think ultimately, like, this is a community token, and I hope that everybody can like do what they want with it also. Like, if you look at Doge, people are creating their own businesses with Doge, and like, I don't know, making their own jewelry or doing art, I guess, or literally anything. People are getting so creative, and I hope that that starts to come with us as well, that we like create this like ecosystem and community where like a utility can be like creating people's jobs, that because so many people want to hold ass stuff, and people in the community are very talented and are already creating like merch is coming out of our community, and people are like excited to buy it. What's this?
Let me get to a couple. Let me get to a couple super chats quick, Liv.
Yeah.
Anthony Grant says, ironically, the super chat that came right after that is he came from Gambia. Yes, good timing, and he actually put that in right before I did my thing. So good timing, Anthony Grant. And thank you for your continued support, my friend. Thank you for your super chat. Always appreciated. First says at $4.99. Thank you, First. Elderly people twerking on TikTok for ass could be interesting. Well, that's a very interesting marketing. Yeah, I don't know how to feel about that one, First.
Smart.
Yeah, I think it's smart.
Very smart.
Go ahead.
Fun fact: my grandma holds ass. So
Wow.
yeah, she follows along every day, follows everything, and she's like one of our biggest supporters. And I got the best text from my aunt this morning, actually. Uh, she's like, "Can you help me with?" Hold on, let me read it. It's so good. I've like never been more proud in my entire life. And she's a businesswoman, very, very, very smart. What does it say? Good morning, Olivia. I want to buy some ass. I have set up a trust wallet, but I need some help completing the rest. Could you or Craig or Paige help me? I'm a newbie, but I don't want to miss the ride to the moon. Let me know. Heart.
This is what
I
your
was
grandma
like-
texted you?
No, this is my aunt.
Okay, your
And,
aunt.
Yeah, like, yeah, grandma's already in. We have a bag for grandma, and obviously I have a bag for my aunt as well. But if she wants to hold it, I'm gonna send her tokens over that I've purchased for her. And she wants to buy it herself though. She's like, no. I was like, I'll send you some I'll send you some of my own personal tokens that I bought. And she's like, no, I want to support you and like buy them. And I was like, okay, well, like it's probably good also that she knows how to purchase crypto, so in the future, like going forward, she knows how to do that. But I was like, that's like the best message I could have received to wake up to this morning. I was like, that's so cool. Like it's not just like my family's getting in to support our token, but it's like they're just getting into crypto in general. Like that's something that they haven't been into. And it's so cool to see like all of these people, like in my family, my friends, like I'm able to get them into crypto. And I mean, they don't have to put all their money and life savings into it, but even if it's just like being exposed to it, like it's so good to know how to get in and learn about this, because I think it's going to be very essential to know how to purchase crypto, how to work a wallet, how to send crypto. I think it's a good skill that everybody should have.
I agree. And so sounds like your family is being introduced to crypto through us.
Yep.
What?
The chat. No, I'm just reading the chat right now.
Let me get back.
Everybody is bullish on Gambia.
Okay. Yeah, I see that. Ass out for Gambia. Gambia! That's how you have to say it. Gambia! And this is what happens when you go extra long on these streams. They inevitably start getting just kind of wackier.
Yeah, they get weirder and weirder. Like, yeah, I think it started getting weird as soon as we started doing like the fast questions. And that's when it started.
So it started going sideways.
That's my favorite part. Though. Like, also the most like anxiety-inducing part of this whole thing. I was like, whoa. I get really stressed when I get asked like questions that don't matter. And I'm like, wait, don't pick the wrong one.
Donnie says Elon created the best meme ever tonight. That is a very very light. Yeah, it's a big statement, but it's pretty good, man. I think it's could be the best Doge meme ever.
Yeah, it's pretty good. But wait, yeah, I don't know if he makes them himself or if he has people like. And
Probably has people make them. I like that it was templated pretty perfectly after the original Jaws poster, because it's kind of. I like that it's kind of low res and it's kind of like just looks kind of dusted, like from 1979. It looks good.
Yeah, I just read a message. Charlie, Ass is truly a crypto entry coin. I've gotten my whole family, friends, barber, and managers into it during week 1, and now they're all messaging me about crypto in general. I love to hear that. Like, that's amazing. And it's not like, oh, buy my token. It's amazing to see like that you're able to reach out to people that you care about, and maybe you've tried to get them into crypto before and they're like, no, I don't want to. And then you show them something funny, maybe that like might, I don't know, like that might resonate with them, because I don't know what everybody's sense of humor is, but like that might be it. And if that's something that's able to get more people exposed to crypto, and it's not like put your money into crypto, it's more like no, learn, because there's actual technology in here that's being utilized for our future, and we should all know and be exposed to it, because this is where finance is going. We're going to be having a digital dollar very soon, and you're going to, and people are exploiting you at the banks too. Like, you have, like, you're gonna have like your grandma and your mom and your dad and whoever and your family going to the bank and saying, I want to buy Bitcoin. And then you're gonna have banks trying to sell you paper Bitcoin, and they're not even buying Bitcoin. They're gonna buy a part of Bitcoin, and like banks are gonna capitalize on you and actually hold the Bitcoin and make money off of that. And I think it's good for people to know how to get it themselves, because it's about like your own financial, like financial freedom, quote unquote, but more being in charge of your own finances, and in charge of like money, and not being controlled by, I guess, like banks and major institutions controlling the markets. It's more us controlling it now.
Yeah, agreed. And, you know, I noticed some of the attitudes that we're kind of coming up against between kind of crypto elitists. You know, there are these kind of crypto bro elitists that are either anything from like Bitcoin maximalists to ADA maximalists to Link guys. I don't know if you notice the Link guys. That's also a contingency, where it's like, you guys don't know what real crypto is. You're ruining the space because we're the ones that are, you know, we're the arbiters of knowledge. And these guys have this really snooty, entitled, elitist disposition. At the same time, they can't even tell you the very basic fundamentals about Dogecoin or, you know, whatever else. They can't. And so it's just kind of like, you know, you can assume that position all you want. It doesn't mean that you are that. Like, they're just empty. They're just without substance. Number one. Number two, they kind of forget that this whole value thing, and what dictates value are people. And
it's true.
so it's like, you can think whatever you want about dog money, bro. It doesn't matter, because at the end of the day, the people are dictating the value of dog money. And so far, the people have decided dog money is worth more than Link and ADA. So
yeah, I think it's so funny.
You know what I mean? Sorry.
It's funny because I hold a lot of Chainlink. Like, I hold so much Chainlink, and we haven't sold. And I love the memes, like fucking didn't read, never selling. I am a prime example of that. I don't sell my Linkies.
And I hold Link too. That's the thing. I hold Link. You know what I mean?
Yeah, but I don't resonate. Like, at the beginning, it was all memes. I'm like, I only hold Link. That's it. But like at the same time, I'm getting exposed to other cryptos. I'm learning about more, and investing in more, and these maximalist like energies. It's like exhausting when you have people like, our coin is better than yours because I'm like, oh my, like, I don't care. Like, we hear like Cardano is better than yours because we are changing the world. And I'm like, are you really? Like, maybe one day, yes. I think the goals for Cardano are fantastic. What are you doing right now, though? Are you really worth as much as you're worth? I don't know. Whatever. I'm not a fan. Never been a fan. I've not purchased it myself. But I don't see anything wrong with it, to be honest. I don't care if people love it. Like, that's great. Like, fantastic. And like Chainlink though, I'm like, I love Chainlink and I love the memes and all of that, but it's just like the community, like, and it's not to say everybody's bad. There's a couple people in the community who can be really toxic and like try and like make it terrible for certain people. Like, I've had so many Chainlink people come at me for so many things, and I'm like, why? Like, why? Like, I'm a holder. I support Chainlink. I'm like so bullish on Chainlink. Why are you coming at another member of your community? Like, I just don't understand stuff like that. And it's like, and it's not reflective obviously of the whole community, but like when you have people who are like have these maxi mentalities, it's like, it's literally our coin against the world, and people can't comprehend that like we're all, I mean, this is so cheesy, but we're all in it together. Like, we are all in the same sort of battle. We're all in crypto for the same reasons. And people, once we start recognizing that and acknowledging that we can all exist, it's not a competition, we can all exist in this ecosystem. We all do different things. We all serve different purposes. Once people can get over that and stop being so angry, I think there'll be a lot more good happening in crypto.
Sorry, I just realized my microphone was muted, but you could hear me, but I don't think the room could hear me. I own Bitcoin. I own Link. I don't have anything against these currencies. I own them. The thing is, they serve different functions. So I don't even know what the hang up is. It's just like, these coins they serve different functions. They're serving different roles in the market. Like, what's your problem? Like, what's your problem? Do you get mad? Like, if you own a microwave, if you own a company that makes microwaves, are you mad at the refrigerator company because they're both kitchen appliances? But you know what I mean? It's just like they just serve different functions. Who cares? Like, I just never understood. I just don't get it, man. Stuart Yates coming in with a £5 super chat. My friend from across the pond. Morning from UK, Stephen and Liv. Good top of the morning to you, my fellow Englishmen. And thank you for that. So, let's see here.
I was just reading a tweet about, I don't really want to name names because I'm not trying to call out anyone. Just like saying to only invest into one crypto because that's the smartest way to do it. I mean, if you ask me, I'm a degen, I would do something like that. But that is not good financial advice. I'm just like the most, like, I can be pretty risky. I'm a risk taker, and it's not bad because I have my other half who is the very conservative investor, who will take profits, buy dips. I'm the person who's like, well, F it, I'm going all in, and I'm diamond handsing it, and nobody can flood me out of my position. And yeah, sometimes I get burned, but sometimes it's been the reason that I will outtrade so many people. So you have to be like smart about it, all obviously at the same time, in what you're deciding to go all in on. And not just like picking whatever token it is, and getting yourself rugged. But yeah, like, I'm a pretty risky investor. I'm a degen, but I also do invest smart. I have my blue chips. I have my blue chips like ass in Doge. And then, yeah, I don't know. Like, this maxi mentality and angry at the world, it's not cute. It's pretty old. And, like, why do you want to be like this angry old person? Like, stop.
Yeah. It's I don't get it, man. Like, who cares? You know. But yeah, what are you gonna do? A lot of it is just it just comes down to resentment because there is a practical crypto that has a dog on it. You know, I just don't think that's professional or serious enough because it has a dog on it.
No, I agree.
If it had some like boring logo that looked like a Pfizer drug, they'd probably like it.
Yeah, that's the thing. They want it to be like legit, and I'm like, what? Why can't a dog essentially like be legit? I don't know.
Right. Yeah, I agree. Big agree. Henry coming in $4.99. Thank you, Henry. Degen allegedly. I think that's a what is that Canadian show? Everyone, Letter Kenny, right? Letter Kenny.
Yeah, I never watched it though.
Yeah, I know. People quote it, and that's how I don't watch it. But people quote it so much that then I realized what it was. Liv, this was really, really great to have you on. We went a little extra long here, but it was just a real pleasure having you on. I know everybody else enjoyed it here. This was really fantastic, and we'll have to do it again sometime. Yeah.
For sure. I would love to come back on, and even if I'm not like the vocal guest, if I come on just as a sub guest, like Nick did. I feel so bad. I feel like I was talking so much. Nick didn't get to talk that much, but if I can be like another co-guest, I'd love to come on and chat with you guys. It's fun. It's fun chatting with you guys.
Yeah, I'll definitely. You're definitely welcome to just kind of just co-host with me some nights in the future. I'm sure the chat would love that too.
Yeah, for sure.
Yeah, and I'd love that. That would be great. You guys, we went definitely longer than I anticipated, but I'd like to thank each and every one of you guys for hanging out. This was just an absolute pleasure. It was a lot of fun. And again, it is my opinion that Liv here is far and away one of the most exceptional, trustworthy people in this whole space. And it's just real pleasure to have her and be involved with what she's doing and vice versa here. So again, thank you guys all so much. I don't really have anything else to add. Do you?
No, I don't. Thank you, Stephen, for having me, and thank you everybody who is still here and listening on this marathon chat. It feels like a Joe Rogan experience kind of thing where you just go as long as you want.
Yeah, this is kind of that, but it's kind of funny because I actually get messages now from people that are typically Rogan fans and they don't even like cryptocurrency, but they just are fans of the show. Yeah. So I think they just, even though they don't know or have an interest in what we're talking about some of the time, they just kind of like the vibe and like the hangout, which I think is great. I love that.
Yeah.
You know. Anyway, Liv, we will be in touch very soon. This is a real pleasure. This was a great time. Thank you so much, everyone. I'm going to leave you guys with the outro. Until next time, this is Stephen Steele signing out.